I now call upon the Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the schedules of additional provisions, number 1 of 2024, were examined in detail and have passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I now move the following motion. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimate set out in the schedule, which represents monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation or excess of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation 2024 Act 2023, number 30 of 2023, as follows. Recurrent expenditure of $50,698,540, of which $27,325,208 are to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount, and will be funded in the following manner. $10,400,000 from the Reserve Fund, $1,568,013 from grant funding, $3,848,822 from the contingency fund, and $11,508,373 from the consolidated fund. $23,373,332 in savings from the reallocation of funds are to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount to be charged against the consolidated fund of the territory. Capital acquisition expenditure of $4,207,500, of which $2,852,200 are to be spent in excess of the allocated amount and will be financed as follows. $1,670,000 from the contingency fund and $1,182,200 from the consolidated fund. $1,355,300 are to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount charged against the development fund of the territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. And capital expenditure of $6,910,800, of which $5,268,500 to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount and will be funded in the following manner. $1,400,000 from the Development Fund and funding from the Caribbean Development Bank, RRL. $2,500,000 from the New Loan, $400,000 from the Contingency Fund, $838,500 from the Consolidated Fund, $1,642,300 will be expended in variation of the appropriated amount and charged against the Development Fund and the territory through funds transferred from the Consolidated Fund. Madam Speaker, the schedule of additional provisions is submitted pursuant to Section 104, subsection 3 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. which necessitates that supplementary estimates be brought before the House when appropriations under the Appropriation Act prove insufficient or when new financial needs arise that were not previously accounted for. Madam Speaker, I would have just read to you the supplementary appropriations. Madam Speaker, an important aspect of this supplementary appropriation is rectifying discrepancies in the budget since the passage of the Appropriation Act in 2023, last year. A major appropriation of resources was made in this year's budget to implement a new salary structure. The House of Assembly approved a budget including $11.7 million for this purpose. Madam Speaker, as a part of its monitoring and fiscal responsibility, the Ministry of Finance on the 19th April 2024 conducted an analysis of the impact of the compensation review on the 2024 budget allocations for personal emoluments. The purpose of the analysis was to analyze actual expenditure for personal emoluments of existing public officers up to the 15th April 2024 to extrapolate the anticipated spending to year end. The projected amount would be used in the preparation of subsequent fiscal data to support the medium-term fiscal frame, the medium-term fiscal plan, the 2023 mid-year budget review, and the 2025 budget estimates. The analysis revealed that there was a significant variance between the funding required for personal emoluments for the current officers, which as at 15th April 2024 amounted to $25,056,518, and a variance between that figure and the $11.7 million appropriated in the budget. Madam Speaker, after consulting with the entity leading the compensation review, the Deputy Governor's Office, who also consulted with the consultant that conducted the compensation review and prepared the report, PricewaterhouseCoopers, or PwC, a number of problematic assumptions were made in the report that resulted in the variance in the amount stated in the report and the amount computed by the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, this very wide variance between what was budgeted and what is required has caused a great concern for myself as Minister of Finance, Cabinet, and I'm sure for the House of Assembly, which approved the budget. I've made a request to the Governor, who is constitutionally responsible for the terms and conditions of employment of public officers, for an investigation into the circumstances which led to this wide variance, and the Governor has agreed for this investigation to be conducted. As a result of this variance, Cabinet has recommended to the Governor an immediate freeze on non-essential hiring, restrictions on travel, advancing the implementation of a contributory pension scheme, and the establishment of a committee to develop proposals or consider proposals for revenue-raising initiatives and cost-saving measures. Madam Speaker, it is important that we attract also new monies to our economy that will produce jobs, business opportunities, and government revenue. There are a number of multi-million-dollar private developments which government is facilitating, including developments at Beef Island, Norman Island, Nanny Key, among others. The Prospect Reef Board will also soon be issuing a request for proposal for a multi-million-dollar hotel development and convention center. The airport development will create also great economic activity and attract investment. In addition, Madam Speaker, moving forward, we must carefully consider our fee structure across multiple ministries and departments and make adjustments that will not impact the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, in addition to these fee-based revenue initiatives, significant financial benefits are anticipated from the proposed amendments to the Commercial Recreational Vessel Licensing Act, the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act, and the Customs Management and Duties Act. These legislative changes are expected to significantly boost the British Virgin Islands economy by enhancing maritime traffic and extending the stays of vessels in our waters. Increased maritime traffic and longer stays. The amendments aim to encourage more vessels to base themselves in the BVI and extend their stays, leveraging the BVI's reputation as a premier sailing destination by offering a more favorable regulatory and tax environment. The BVI can attract more high-value vessels, including large yachts and charter vessels. As it pertains to enhanced revenue from fees and permits, additionally, the proposed annual cruising permit exemption for BVI-registered vessels will incentivize more vessels to register locally, increasing registration fees and potentially future tax revenues. The updated fee structure under the CRVL Act, including higher fees for larger vessels and new fees for services such as port state control inspections, will also contribute to increased government revenue. We also expect a boost to local economy through vessel-related spending. Longer stays by vessels in the BVI will lead to greater expenditure on maintenance, fueling, provisioning, and other services. The spending supports local businesses and contributes to job creation within the maritime and tourism sectors. Madam Speaker, also legal and administrative streamlining. The amendments also aim to streamline regulatory compliance for foreign-based vessels, which is expected to improve the efficiency of maritime operations and encourage compliance with BVI regulations. This regulatory clarity can enhance the attractiveness of the BVI as a maritime hub. In summary, these legislative changes are strategically designed to capitalize on the BVI's maritime resources, boosting government revenue and fostering economic growth through increased maritime traffic, higher vessel registration, and enhanced local spending. The expected financial benefits underscore the importance of these amendments in reinforcing the BVI's position as a leading destination for maritime tourism and commerce. In addition to some of the revenue-raising initiatives, Madam Speaker, we must also do a better job of collecting revenue. Soon we'll be introducing a good standing policy that will assist us in that effort while allowing businesses on payment plans to function. We must also focus on expending funds efficiently, which means better planning and execution. In this SAP, we are addressing key priorities like the mutual evaluation, commission of inquiry, law enforcement, our response to Hurricane Ernesto, beautification, unemployment, infrastructural challenges, and more. Madam Speaker, the attached resolution seeks to regularize these expenditures and provide legal validation for sums spent in excess of the appropriations under the Appropriation 2024 Act 2023. The House is requested to review and approve both the Schedule of Additional Provisions No. 1 of 2024 and the resolution, thereby facilitating the necessary adjustments to the territory's budget. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the approval of this schedule is crucial to ensure the continuation of essential government services and to address unforeseen financial requirements. I urge this Honorable House to support these provisions to enable effective governance and fiscal responsibility. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Please note that I will impose a 25-minute time limit on members. The floor is open for debate. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, first and foremost, the country experienced Hurricane Ernesto recently. Said it was a tropical storm, but it behaved like a hurricane to me. And I know we have to be thankful that we didn't have any loss of life. We didn't have any extensive damage to people's property, even though we had some flooding and so on. And we were taught, Madam Speaker, that in all things we must still give thanks. And I'd like to thank God that we had no loss of life. There's some discomfort to us now, but there are persons who are working assiduously to assist us to get back to a level of normalcy. I would like to, in particular, thank very much the BVI Electricity Corporation for the excellent work that they're doing. I think persons have underestimated the amount of damage that has been caused to power lines and poles in the country. And perhaps it's a time for us to reflect on a different approach. We've talked for a long time about putting poles under the ground. We need to make it a reality so that lives are not interrupted the way they've been interrupted now. I know as well, Madam Speaker, that there are some of our very good linesmen, I understand, who went down to the other Caribbean countries to assist. And that is very good of us to be able to do that, because when we were in trouble, they came to our aid. But now we're in trouble, so Premier and Minister of Communication and Works, we need to get those linesmen back up here so that they can help to restore power to our people. And once that is done, then we can redeploy them again to help our Caribbean neighbors. But Madam Speaker, I want to speak first about what the Premier just spoke about in his statement. And the Premier is extremely eloquent. I have to give him that. He has a way with words, and if you don't pay attention to the words, you just hear the flourish and you miss the substance. What the Premier said to this country in his remarks was that as Minister of Finance, he underestimated the salary increase to civil servants by $25 million. That is what the Premier said to us today. But Madam Speaker, it's a good thing, because back in the days when I was in school, you didn't.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, just point of information. I just want to make sure that the public gets the accurate amount. So what I just said in my statement is that we appropriated $11.7 million in the budget, and the actual figure was just north of 25 million. Yeah, and that's what the House of Assembly appropriated, because I can't appropriate anything on my own. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, that is not consistent with the information that I know. So you're saying that your variance then is somewhere around $13 million variance. That's not what we, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking because that's not what we've been told all the time. But nonetheless, be that as it may, we'll get the truth at some point. The Premier is saying, by his own admission then, that he underestimated the salary increase by $13 million. Even though I understand it's a lot more than that. But be that as it may. Madam Speaker, I want to read something to you from the budget speech of the Premier for 2024. He said, Madam Speaker, my ministerial colleagues and I are committed to ensuring that, he was speaking about the increase, that such will not be the fate of the current compensation review and job classification exercise. We have budgeted the money in the estimate for 2024 to implement the revised compensation and classification scheme. We have decided to move forward with the implementation, and he's referring to the compensation package, Madam Speaker, with the implementation because we know public servants should be paid what they deserve. We know that the cost of living is high and many of the meager salaries could not handle it. One thing we must all be committed to achieve is that no public officer will be earning less than the living wage, which is commendable. we have allocated close to $10 million in the budget to achieve this goal. So the Premier said to the country and to this House of Assembly, we've trusted him with the finances of this country, because to be the Minister of Finance is a heavy, heavy responsibility. And the Premier said to this country that I have looked at the salary reviews. I have estimated the increase will be $10 million. And he said to suggest that his colleagues are also culpable in this with him. But I don't believe so, because I know how these things work. Sometimes a Minister of Finance or a Premier goes off on a frolic of his own. And I believe this Premier goes off on a frolic of his own. So when he says I have to really defend his other colleagues today, because I don't believe they had anything to do with it. This $13 million increase is all the Premier. And Madam Speaker, what happens in Caribbean countries and even in developed countries in the world when a Minister of Finance or any minister makes what Ralph Gonsalves would have called a monumental blunder of this type of proportion? The proper thing for that person to do is to resign from their post as Minister of Finance. And I'm calling on the Premier to do the honorable thing, and it won't fall your government. You will still have 7. But what you have shown to this country is that you're not capable of being the Minister of Finance. How can you underestimate and I'm thinking the truth really is, it's about $20 million. It is really about $20 million, Madam Speaker. How can you get that wrong? A $20 million mistake? And what is even worse is everybody have their job. Nothing has been done whatsoever to show contempt for this level of mistake. Madam Speaker, we had a recent example in the UK with Liz Truss. Remember, she come down here and she carried on with all what she was carrying on with all her ness. And she turned the whole of the UK bottom up with her financial policies. She was called in and she was made to resign. The Premier should do the honorable thing. Let Honorable Smith or somebody else who's more capable become the Minister of Finance. Because you have made a blunder, a monumental blunder, Madam Speaker, that the public should not forgive. But Madam Speaker, look at what is happening here now. Look at what is happening here now, Madam Speaker. The Premier in his remarks went on to mention fees, increases in fees that will happen. So now what is happening now is that the public, Madam Speaker, the public is now going to be saddled with this $20 million or $30 million, as he say, deficit in the budget. So they're going to go back to all kind of old fees and add on this and add on that, because the money has to come from somewhere. And now the public, the innocent public, the struggling businesses that are having such a difficult time keeping their doors open, they're going to spend the next couple of weeks digging through to see how they can find money to plug this $20 million hole on the backs of the people who are already having a difficult time. Madam Speaker, I call on the Premier to do the honorable thing. This finance thing is more than you. Resign from the post. You wouldn't lose your government, but hand the portfolio to somebody in your government who is far more capable than you are. In all my years, I have never heard anything like this coming from a finance minister, Madam Speaker, in this country. But then, Madam Speaker, you look at the budget that we've just done. This supplementary appropriation, it's a mini budget. And you have a $20 million variance, even though he says 13, but you will find out, it will come later on, Madam Speaker. You'll see that I'm right. And you see no revenue-raising initiatives in it. None. You keep hearing a lick and a promise, a lick and a promise. Prospect coming so long, Befilant coming so long, this coming so long, and you see nothing materializing, Madam Speaker. No new money is coming into the country. But then you look at Grand Cayman, you look at Dominican Republic, you look at Turks and Caicos, I mean, you look at the Bahamas. Every minute you see new hotel developments coming on stream, and you see nothing happening at all, Madam Speaker, here. Then you look, you said they had gambling and gambling legislation, nothing. They went and said they were going to plant marijuana, nothing. Nothing is happening, Madam Speaker, at all. And then there's not even an economic council to advise the Minister of Finance on anything. Any decent Minister of Finance who is worth his salt knows that you must have some sort of economic council or committee to assist you with coming up with revenue raising initiatives and so forth to keep the economy going. No such thing. No wonder he's making these types of monumental blunders, a $20 billion mistake in the salaries, Madam Speaker. And then the SAP has nothing in there for the people. Not a thing in that SAP, Madam Speaker, is in there for the people. There's no money for an unemployment program that I've been calling about for the longest while. Unemployment is extremely high. There's no money there for a proper comprehensive program, Madam Speaker, for unemployment. There's no money in there for the Business Bureau. None. I know for sure the Minister of Trade. We were out there campaigning together about these very things. The need to help the small businesses. There's $125,000 was in the budget. I thought in the SAP you'd have seen some money in there to help the small businesses. Nothing increase in there. And I saw the minister made an announcement that she's going to be giving out grants up to $7,000 starting from September. The people are so excited. The amount of phone call I got, I have the names written down there to help them, tell them, come to the office, quick. Let me help you with this application before this money done. I'm expecting now to see some money put in there, in here. Not a thing for the people. So I don't know what the minister is going to do when September comes. September coming soon. So I really hope, I'm fighting with you, that money needs to be given to trade so that we can get the National Business Bureau going, Madam Speaker, to help the small businesses, the farmers. When I came into my district after the hurricane, the first person to meet me was a farmer. He said, Myron, let me show you this video. I lose everything I have up here. My banana, my eggplant, everything gone. And I spoke to several other farmers, Madam Speaker. I was expecting now that we had an opportunity to show some love, to place some money in the budget to help the farmers, Madam Speaker, who we know lost a lot of crops, because it's one thing Ernesto did. Ernesto attacked our vegetation. And now was a perfect time. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, I'm saying these things, the reason why the farmers can't get their money, get any help, is because the Premier, who's the Minister of Finance, underestimated the salary increase by the $20 million. So you should have seen us in here, Madam Speaker, like a set of broke people, nickeling and diming, taking from Peter to pay Paul. I can't give this, I can't give that. All because we have a $20 million loan, Madam, a $20 million figure, Madam Speaker, that we have to try to fill up, Madam Speaker. And then public assistance. The public assistance program needs some work. The money is there, yes, but because the systems, Madam Speaker, have become so complicated, we can't help anybody. Even throughout our discussions here, you are hearing, Madam Speaker, oh, policy said this, COI said that. The Premier got the COI report under his arm like a Bible, and he can't help nobody in the country. I remember this Premier. I remember before he got in politics, Madam Speaker, he was out there championing all kind of causes. Half the time he talking the thing that he don't understand what he's saying, but I admired him because he had that energy. And I admired that. Even up to the time when Honorable Foy was here, he was there behind Foy and he was making some points. I didn't always agree with them. He used to go a little over the top. But I saw some fire. I said, could I walk with that fire? The Premier now become the Premier. And the UK put their finger on him and he come from Rambo to Scooby-Doo in no time. Everything is COI, and nothing can be done. You have people, Madam Speaker, up at social development. They're trying their best, but they have to work based on the laws that we have in the country. But the systems are so complicated that people can't get no help. And the Premier and his government will do nothing about it, Madam Speaker. Nothing about it. Everything is COI this, COI that, COI the other. And then the pensioners, to show how wicked we are. We are a wicked set of people. You want to tell me, Madam Speaker, that you give that level of increase, which now we know to be closer to $30 million instead of the 10 that the Premier said. And not one, according to my mother, not one penny halfpenny in there for the pensioners. When I read the preamble to his speech in the budget, he spoke about the cost of living being high. That was the basis for it. But the cost of living is high for the pensioners too, who have, this country was built on the work and the backs of those people. And nothing at all. Now, you spend off $30 million on a raise. Underestimated by 20 million. And nothing in there, Madam Speaker, to help the pensioners, the very same pensioners who, Madam Speaker, live in this country. So nothing in there for the people. But what is in there, Madam Speaker, he makes sure that he chuck in $500,000 for his failed music fest. He ain't going nowhere and leave that at all. Once he had come to a party, Madam Speaker, he can find the money. All you got to say party, and he said me, ready to go. So he makes sure that he put in $500,000 there, Madam Speaker, for his party that he had, that he raised no monies at all, Madam Speaker, for. And then, Madam Speaker, you look at the infrastructure. If it's one thing the hurricane did, was it exposed the infrastructure, the failing infrastructure of this country. And every time I drive around, I say to myself, look at how we wasted an opportunity with this $400 million loan facility that we had from the British government that was so well negotiated by Orlando Smith's government. All the new government had to do when they come in 2019 is pick up from where we left off and get the loan going. They went up by the college, they tell us set a lie up there, saying all kind of thing was in the thing when nothing at all was so. And now here we are, Madam Speaker, with a failing infrastructure, terrible roads, water, electricity, the whole place, Madam Speaker, is an absolute mess. And the mess was exposed now for what we have seen here, Madam Speaker, in the hurricane. Now you have $1.4 million that we've seen here for asphalt. I know the Minister for Communication and Works, he's trying his best. He really is. He really is trying his best. I can say that because it's true. But you could only go as far as the money could go. He needs some additional money, Madam Speaker, to support him. I only see $1.4 million here for asphalt. From time you go in, Postle and come out, that $1.4 million finish. From time you get on that road there, from when you turn the corner by the Spanish Bar and you come up by Rowan Martin, that with the amount of potholes we have along there alone, that 1.4 finish right there. So you're really not putting any money here, Madam Speaker, to do anything substantial when it comes to the state of the country. Then you have a $2.5 million loan for arrangement for multi-purpose detention facility. Now, I understand our international obligations and we must live up to those obligations. But these are the types of things that, for instance, the British government should be able to assist us with. We're building a $2.5 million facility, which we have international obligations. I understand that. But we got homeless people here too. You know how many people, Madam Speaker, called me that said they had nowhere to sleep during Onesto? I don't know if you all got the calls. So we have to also address the issue of homelessness in our country because it does exist. And here we are spending $2.5 million to build a facility for other people when our people are homeless. This was a time when we were supposed to, the British government was supposed to be our partners. Now is the time to put your money where your mouth is and assist us in getting this detention center built, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's some additional money. I see something in there for the economic zone. I ain't envious of it. But I just want to make sure that little money that is in Ministry of Communication and Works for Sabbath Hill. When you drive into Sabbath Hill, Madam Speaker, the bridge is collapsing. Minister, I know you know what I'm talking about. I envy your economic zone. I want it to work, I want it to succeed, but I also want my people to get home safely. I know some money was there in the substantive budget, and I want you to make sure, Madam Speaker, that I see some of that money come to fruition to be able to help the people, Madam Speaker, of District 6. We are almost, Madam Speaker, at the end of the year. The Premier spoke about this loan facility of $100 million. It is nowhere in sight. But I don't know if I trust him, Madam Speaker, to negotiate the $100 million loan, because he just showed me he can't be trusted. Simple mathematics. How you could if you can't even get the figure right for what an increase should be, and you do an overage of $20 million, Madam Speaker, on a mistake of $20 million, how can I trust you then to negotiate a $100 million loan facility on behalf of the country? You have shown me that you're not competent for the job. You have shown me you're not competent for the job. And again, I want to encourage him to do the proper thing, do the right thing. And certainly, Madam Speaker, step aside and let somebody who is more competent do the job. But one of the things, Madam Speaker, and I'll end on this note, one of the most interesting things that I've noticed throughout this budget session, because we haven't been having sessions where you could ask questions, because we want to be able to get legislation through by the 31st of August to stave off whatever commitments we made, again, without properly thinking them through. So now we put ourselves under pressure to come to a timeline. But the government has, Madam Speaker, when you look through all the different accounts, over $200 million. And this is as of June 30th. $75 million in cash, $88 million in reserves, $3 million in the TIF fund, $13 million in environmental levy, money services $9 million, development fund $21 million. And how is it, Madam Speaker, with all that money you have, the country is still in the state that it's in? So you have two problems. You have the one problem on the hand with your recurrent expenditure that you have just increased by $30 million because you weren't paying attention. And now you have all this money, Madam Speaker, all this money, and the country is still in the state that it's in. So you have two problems. Two problems, but perhaps when you look at it as one, management. We have a management problem in the country, Madam Speaker. We have a management problem in the country. And I hope, Madam Speaker, and my last note, that the government will do better. Do better. Research more, pay attention more to your jobs, so that you can execute things better on behalf of the people of this country. Because running for office is not just for fun. It is not just to say, oh, I'm a politician, and you believe that you're better than people and all the rest of it. You have to do some work with it too. It's not just to drive around in vehicles owned by the government and you get people treat you nice and call you honorable this and honorable that. You have to work. You have to work. And what came to light here is a failure, Madam Speaker, of this government. But we in the opposition are willing to work with the government and do whatever we can to help. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, you gave us, 25 minutes. I want to be respectful to that. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. I just want to say to the people of District 6 that I continue to work very hard on their behalf. A lot of work is going on in the district now. I want to thank the Minister of Communication and Works and thank the Public Works Department and BVIEC for working along with me. I want to invite the parents and the children out to our district office on the 22nd of August. I think that's next week, Thursday, where we'll be doing our back to school exercise for students in the district. It's going to be lovely. We have done a lot of work, got a lot of resources for our children because we want to see our children do very well. I want to encourage persons to come out next Thursday between 4 and 6:30 p.m. at the district office. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? If no member wish to debate, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up. It is indeed Friday. I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make, as usual, a few brief remarks on this occasion. When we have these opportunities as we are the sitting government, I tend to allow the leader of government business to present our side and then we support. I'd like to also join in expressing thanks to God and to those who supported us during the recent passage of Hurricane Ernesto. I think we saw during this period, once again, some of the best of us, tremendous effort. We saw community actions where people started to help themselves immediately after the storm and help others. We saw the tireless effort of the BVI Electricity Corporation, and we saw community mindedness. I must say though, Madam Speaker, that at times I was a bit peeved, especially in matters related to electricity, and I know some people will bash me and say, well, we should have on our current half hour after the storm. But I think the persons that we have on our teams have been working hard as best as they could to restore power across the territory, and I've seen people asking questions and even questioning their motives as to, well, why they go to this place first and that place first and the other place first. I'm saying to our people of the Virgin Islands, let us be one, let's calm down. Every effort is being made to give everybody back their power and restore them to a level of comfort. And it hurt me most when we questioned even the motivations of the persons in the Electricity Corporation after they have been working so many hard hours to bring us all back to a state of comfort. Madam Speaker, the storm indeed was challenging, certainly over in my district, where it seems, I'm told that the center of the storm, I don't know if you would call it an eye as yet, but the center of the storm passed, they told me, over the western end, and we certainly saw on the north side of Tortola tremendous damage, and we are looking to see what assistance can be given, if possible. Madam Speaker, I do not usually rise this early in the debate. But Madam Speaker, I could not keep my seat as I listened to my honorable colleague take the opportunity to throw stones or licks, as you might put it, on the honorable Premier. The question at the central part of his issue was the underestimating of the monies required for the civil service increase. First of all, Madam Speaker, I would say that the fact that the can had to be kicked down the road to 2024 is something that all those who are so proud about their years in the House of Assembly and tell us that it was 60-something years collectively they had in the House, yet still addressing proper living wages for members of the public service had to be kicked down to 2024. But as I've said before, and I'll say again, it's kicked down, but whether or not we get every single thing right, this government is committed to addressing those issues that have been long-standing. Yes, Madam Speaker, I've said it before. Yes, contributory pension scheme, yes, it's kicked down the road to here. We will deal with it. Madam Speaker, this government took on the task of addressing civil servant salaries. And if you were to leave it to the Honorable Minister, you would believe that the Premier is an accountant more than anything else, sitting in his office with his calculator, crunching all these figures. Madam Speaker, I am sure that this Premier, and by the way, Madam Speaker, as some have called for his removal as Premier and Minister of Finance, I'm standing here to say that I continue to endorse him in those roles. Madam Speaker, as we dealt with the question of the funding, Madam Speaker, all of us were present in this House when information was brought to us. And there are some questions still to be answered, and the Premier has already indicated to us that there is an investigation taking place because there are questions to be answered. I certainly, as a representative of people, want to know the answers, as I'm sure the public will eventually want to know the answers as well as the honorable members in the opposition. Because we deserve to have answers, because yes, it is quite a blunder. But there have been various officers, various professionals that have looked through these matters, and still it came through the way they did. And I'm proud of the Premier in this sense. He's not saying that I had nothing to do with it. He is saying we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out where this error was. We're going to find out where the trouble was, and we will act accordingly. We cannot overreact, even in periods when things are tough. The proper steps must be taken if the eventual action will be right. So, Madam Speaker, on the one hand, I heard my honorable colleague speaking of the various obligations, the things that had to be done, but yet still on the other hand, questioning why we would do some of those very things that he said, that we were the detention center and so on. And we know, Madam Speaker, these guys, I just got here. The veterans over there know that this SAP is a cleanup bill for the most part. That government proposes a budget, various things happen during the year, and as a result of the operations, there is a need to go back and reset the budget to make sure that it fits the plans that are being laid. And it is an opportunity. It is an opportunity to get things into the budget that may not have been previously placed there, to ensure that the things we desire for our people are in fact delivered. Madam Speaker, even in my assigned area of agriculture, we were able to squeeze in just a couple dollars to get a project going that would allow us to survey lands to be assigned for agriculture on the islands of Just Van Dyke, Anegada, and Virgin Gorda, so that as a part of our plan to increase agricultural production, one of the key steps, in addition to training, in addition to standards, in addition to proper licenses and leases, we must make more space available for agriculture, and we must do so on all the various islands. Madam Speaker, the reality of it is that as this bill presented itself, each one of us, those who I'm looking across the table at, as well as those on our side, everybody was trying to make sure and see, well, how can I fight and get something for my people? Whether in some cases to add something, in some cases just to hold on to what you had. I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, to know that in the coming quarter, that in the 1st District, We will have a couple of projects on the way that we have been looking forward to. The Sea Defense project will commence. Contracts are at the point of being signed. Addressing the Fortune Gut Bridge situation will happen in the next quarter. And so people will be able to see the effects of their government at work and the outcome and impact of this appropriation bill. But Madam Speaker, we must not lose sight that at this very point, the appropriation bill must be seen in the context nationally. I will say, Madam Speaker, that as important as this appropriation bill is, Madam Speaker, I believe that we spent, in fact, too much time on it in this House. Because, Madam Speaker, we have a deadline looming at us at the end of August, where we will be required, and yes, people say, well, you hear too much about COI, but you know what? It's a reality right now. We got to cross that bridge in order to get to the others. And I trust, Madam Speaker, and I do believe, because I believe that 13 noble BV Islanders are in here in this House, and that we will refocus our efforts to get done what is most needed to be done in order to preserve life as we know it and to give us the opportunity to improve our stake and to improve the future for our children and those to come. And as we speak of our children, Madam Speaker, I'll simply also like to add that the 1st District also will be having our back to school on August 25th. And I'd like to thank those kind members of the community who have decided to support us. And I would like to invite them all to come out as we try to give them a bright start to the new academic year. Madam Speaker, we are living in challenging times, and the challenges we face are varied. Some of them related to finance, some to development, some to social services, some to the infrastructure, communication, some dealing with crime, and other challenges that we face. But Madam Speaker, I do believe that with the right approach, with this theme of government, and an opposition who is willing to hold us to account, that I do believe, Madam Speaker, that the Virgin Islands will move forward from strength to strength. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? Eh,
Thank you,
you wish to,
Madam Speaker.
the member for the 8th.
Okay.
Member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't understand why we're trying to rush through such a... We're rushing through. We're rushing through. We're rushing through. We're rushing through.
Just remember, you only have 25 minutes,
That's all right. I'm
member.
going to take the 25 minutes, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to take my time with my 25 minutes. Madam Speaker, we're rushing through. And they want to rush through. They want to premiere right up. The government have a problem they don't want to tell the people about. They want to premiere, try to defend it. And I don't understand. Madam Speaker, we are debating this schedule of additional provision, SAP as we call it, which was supposed to be able to provide some sort of relief and or stimulation for the economy of the territory through the departments of government, from revenue earning areas to other developments within infrastructure, education, healthcare, within our social services, and the things that are needed, Madam Speaker, but we were unable to do so, given what is before us. Madam Speaker, I state usually, and I've been saying it for the 9 years I've been in this house, numbers are not words. You can manipulate words however you choose, and you can get persons to believe what you're saying after you twist words 103,000 times. But numbers, Madam Speaker, they're going to tell you the truth. And anytime there's a mistake or error, Madam Speaker, or I heard the member for the first say a blunder, you're going to find it out. Madam Speaker, I ain't going to sugarcoat Premier. You can get up as much as you want, because I sat here for 4 days and listened to the Ministry of Finance, your team, tell us there was a $20 million deficit and shortfall in what was stated in the amount of salary increase that was put forward, which was about $11 million. And the actual number was somewhere closer to $30 million. And that's why we're here, Madam Speaker, and that's why there's so much reductions and restrictions, Madam Speaker, based on what the Premier said with the policy that I've put out with public servants can't travel and no this and no entertainment and no that and the other. You got to cut back and cut back and cut back, Madam Speaker. But there's a $20 million problem. And what I don't understand, Madam Speaker, is I spent the early professional years of my life dealing with finance and sales and marketing, working with a company called AIG, and I remember a young man being arrested and charged and dismissed from his job for $5.34 of the company's money that he couldn't account for. And Madam Speaker, here we are with a $20 million. This ain't a $20 million mistake. This ain't a mistake. This ain't a blunder. This is a humbug. This is a mashup, Madam Speaker, because given where we are in this territory, given where we are in this economy, given especially, Madam Speaker, what has just occurred with the, I'm going to call it a Hurricane 2, Category 2 at least, that just passed, Madam Speaker, we should be in a position where we could restore our territory and propel it forward. Madam Speaker, while I am on that, I must also give recognition and credit to the persons that continue to work hard. I know they're still in my district and all over the place, and the persons that still are without power. But I have to, Madam Speaker, give recognition to the team from the BVI Electricity Department, and I have to specifically point out those two gentlemen from my area, Mr. Samuel France and Mr. Sugar Vanterpool. Everybody know who I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. But all the entire team, Mr. Steve, Mr. Neil Smith, and the entire team, Madam Speaker. No, Alton is his no, Andy is his real name. Alton is his real name. Amdi is his nickname. That's a social media name. But, Madam Speaker, I must give them their recognition and tell them thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Public Works Department, the Minister for Works, for instructing his team through his PS and everybody else who got involved to get works done. The private individuals, Madam Speaker, who didn't wait for instruction or authorization to get out and start to clean up the place. Madam Speaker, there's still a lot of work yet to be done, Madam Speaker, but I'm grateful to everybody that has been doing their part. And Madam Speaker, as recent as yesterday and today, I witnessed it with my 2 eyes. I posted it, Madam Speaker, yesterday. The team from the UK Navy ship that is here, Madam Speaker, we have a team of guys in the 2nd District community cutting some trees that are leaning and making it hazardous for our roadways. So I'm thankful to them for going out there and participating and getting involved while they're here, Madam Speaker, and clearing our roadways. So I'm grateful to them for that. But Madam Speaker, going back to this, I don't understand. I don't understand how we could be here sitting down, comfortably trying to casually walk through this conversation, and we got $20 million deficit, and everybody sitting down comfortable. Oh, it's an error, ain't my fault, team me. But we know who it is. And everybody still got a job, Madam Speaker. How? Follow the money. I tell you, the number don't lie. Follow the money. And Madam Speaker, we're going on like it's all right. And we want to pass blame. Madam Speaker, this is a part of the politics that I absolutely hate, not even dislike. Where you are called out for your wrongdoing, and then the rebuttal is what you didn't do, or what didn't happen when you were there, how long it took. Madam Speaker, and I trying to understand how my good member for the force could get up here and talk about can get kicked down the road, and he are here to make it right, and they make the decision, but then in the middle of it, Madam Speaker, you talk about a blunder. Madam Speaker, what are you really saying? You're saying you support the Premier, and you support the efforts, and you support what is government doing, but we got $20 million blunder, and everybody saying uncool? And the people, Madam Speaker, in my district, Just Van Dyke, Madam Speaker, for the last 3 or 4 times I stood up in this house when I've been given the opportunity, been without water for weeks on at a time. People, Madam Speaker, can't get the help through Social Development Department, and we gave them $2.something million. And when we asked, only $700,000 spent, and there's over $1 million still remaining, Madam Speaker, and people in this country suffering. And you tell me about a $20 million, and then we don't worry about who kicked the can down the road. We do it. You do it, and you make a humbug, Madam Speaker. You make a mock of it. And Madam Speaker, this is frustrating, because while we continue to go along, and while we go focus on these deadlines of COI, you're going to rush and make a mock of the country further? How is that possible? How can you care about people, Madam Speaker, and destroy the very means that have been provided to help them? Madam Speaker, look at the infrastructure. I got a pothole in Bruce Bay. I'm talking about from 2019. We had meetings, Madam Speaker, in the community talking about they're going to be addressed. at this time, they're going to be addressed. We get a schedule, they're going to be addressed, Madam Speaker. It take a white man to sit down in a patrol to take a picture. And Madam Speaker, you know what replace the white man? He got a big cone on there now. And how many different areas, Madam Speaker, in this territory are now undermined because of these rains? Go up the hill on the other side where I can't get to the full part of my district through Harrigan, Madam Speaker. It got washed away down there, Madam Speaker. Because we keep building and allowing people to build a house in dry gut. Water going to go where it need to go. So where it needed a retaining wall, where it needed something to be shored up, Madam Speaker, we have now continued to maximize the cost it's going to take to fix this country. And when we cut them, Madam Speaker, you're talking about $20 million. $20 million, not $20,000, not $20, you know. Me shot $20 or $2, you know. $20 million. And members on the other side going to stand up there and defend foolishness, Madam Speaker. And then tell us, oh, let's keep on the same page because we got to meet August 31st. August 31st to do what? To continue to cause a mock? Madam Speaker, I need to understand certain things that are important to the people. We just built a $4.3 million school in Just Van Dyke. Why is it that after the hurricane, if, God forbid, Madam Speaker, if it was, the school, the multi-purpose or multifunctional school, hasn't been deemed as a shelter where people can go and take refuge? They got two big systems there. Madam Speaker, people without water, they without electricity, but at least you can go in there and bathe. Bruce Bay ain't on the water. Great Mountain ain't on the water. The road from I talking about this, the road from Anderson, Madam Speaker, Estate that leads from Agape straight up to Enos Adams Primary School, Madam Speaker, is the worst piece of road in the history of this territory. But they were proper. I know it's true. I ain't up here talking on lie. It's the worst piece of road in the history of this territory, Madam Speaker. And people paying the tax dollars. Just Van Dyke paying the tax dollars. People in East End and West End paying the tax dollars. And Madam Speaker, what are we giving them? And then we want to just brush this $20 million blunder, as the member for the first called it, this muck under the rug, and hope we could continue. Madam Speaker, we have to do better. Pension, Madam Speaker. My private life, before when I came back to the BVI, Madam Speaker, working with a private firm, I said this, if not 7 years in this house, Madam Speaker. There's actuarial studies done on the records of the books of this country through the government. Actuarial study done to say that you need to move from a defined benefit plan to a contributory plan. When the late Ralph T. O'Neill was Premier, Madam Speaker, he announced it. Then Dr. Orlando Smith took over. He announced that this is where we're going. Now we had 2024, Madam Speaker, and I heard a team from finance telling me, oh, they're going to wait for another actuarial study. 2024, and the cost of retirement in this country, if the pensioners who have attained 25 years or more in this country, Madam Speaker, were to retire all at once, this country will come to a screeching halt because we have failed to plan. And we don't know what the cutoff point is going to be. So we don't know if you're at 15 years or 20 years, Madam Speaker, if this is the start point or the start point. But we're going to go another study, we're going to pay another set of money for people to tell us to say that my son, start somewhere. The water starts somewhere. The road starts somewhere. But we keep doing and doing till we're doing nonsense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't understand, and I go close here, Madam Speaker. NHI. NHI, Madam Speaker, I don't know how much money is owed to NHI right now, and I don't know how much money NHI owe the providers. And I don't know how much the Ministry of Health owe through the hospital OBVI electricity. But we got to take $20 million to go fix a problem where people gonna go into the job every morning and every night and be okay. Me taking the blame, Premier, you don't want to tell me nothing about no House Assembly. We passed it in the House Assembly. Madam Speaker, if you give me a little bit, I want to read something that was in a Notes of Standing Finance Committee report that the member for the second asked the Financial Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's a public document, Madam Speaker. And I asked about this same amount of money, this $11 million. Madam Speaker, here it is. The member for the second district stated that the increment payment, the salary increase based on the studies, asked if they could afford to do what we are doing. He further asked if we are taking the public service payments and doubling salaries. Then he further inquired if it would be sustainable and asked for evidence of the study of the report to show that. Madam Speaker, the Financial Secretary stated it's over 20 years since the salary review was done. So that's where I guess the member for the first talking about kick down the road, kick down the road, kick down the road. You know why nobody touch it? Because they want to make sure they were doing it right. We rush to do it and we make a humbug, Madam Speaker. We make a mockery. $20 million, a jail walk. Ain't do mistake. $20 mistake. When we come in, everything was mistake. Mistake, I make a mistake. I make a mistake of following what he named. I make a mistake. I make a mistake and more mistake. I beg you stop your stupidness. Madam Speaker, the FS stated it's been over 20 years since the salary review was conducted. And of course, they have seen the budget increase in many areas and the staff complements have increased in some areas and some have been reduced. He further stated, it was timely that they address the issue and be more efficient in how they operate. He further stated, Madam Speaker, that they were to find those areas where they can reduce costs and likewise find areas where they can increase revenue to help meet the needs of the salary cost increase. Madam Speaker, that's what the FS tells me. You remember I tell you I had a little experience with finance and money. So when you see me following the dollar, I'm following it for a reason. So you tell me you had enough. Now come to find out we're here to try to find $20 million of the taxpayers' money that could be helping them and feeding them and providing for them, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, NHI, this is where I'm ending. Madam Speaker, we have persons in the NHI department assuming the roles of underwriters when they don't have the qualifications to do so. They got people in there telling people who should get and go to what hospital and go to what place and get what coverage and what they can do, Madam Speaker, when the very law that governs NHI, Madam Speaker, dictates to them what should be happening and why there's a medical officer, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have had persons in my district and one very close to me recently, Madam Speaker, gone through the process, make an appointment to see a specialist, them cancel the appointment and tell them you don't need to see a specialist. You need to go see a general consultation. Only to spend, this is a retired person, Madam Speaker, to spend $35 plus $100 that they don't have, to go to Miami, to be told by these people, you need to see a specialist. And they have to book it now to go back in December 4th because they have a problem with it. Madam Speaker, this is what we're doing, people. And we okay with it? Madam Speaker, you got to stop. We have to put a stop to this foolishness. We are abusing our people. Your job as a nurse is to be a nurse. Do not tell people what they can and can't do. They're paying the 3.75% every month to be able to access health care. If I want to go to Miami or Cuba, tell me it doesn't cover and let me make a decision. But if it is within my coverage network, Madam Speaker, let me know what the cost is. Stop telling me what you ain't going to do, Madam Speaker. We're talking about people's health. And when the first lawsuit come, AG, I beg you, please don't even open your wallis because you ain't gonna be able to defend it. We're abusing people. And because some people have no backing, Madam Speaker, they just yield to whatever is told to them. When it's wrong, these people are down there breaking the law. When you cancel somebody's appointment without calling them, they've been the patient, you know. You cancel somebody's appointment and book your own appointment. Flight done book, ticket done book, hotel done pay for, and they got to change it. And you got to figure it out. Madam Speaker, we got to do better. Madam Speaker, I am not comfortable. I'm not comfortable with where we are. I'm not comfortable with the state of this country. I'm not comfortable with the things that are happening in this country. And I'm not comfortable that people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, seem to be at a standstill because we are not taking our job seriously. We are not doing what is necessary, Madam Speaker, to improve their lives and livelihood. Madam Speaker, we're here. We put money all over the place. I get 2 little bills well, I get 1 bill for water and sewage department in Just Van Dyke. I ain't getting none for public works in Just Van Dyke, Madam Speaker. But the Minister of Communication and Works got $1.4 million for road. Minister of Health trying to finish clinics. Minister, what you for now? Business and trade and labor, Madam Speaker, need to be able to employ more people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I go, this my classmate, the premier, my classmate. But Madam Speaker, somebody had to be held accountable. And the buck stops at leadership, premier. This is your buck. So having investigation and all this thing that ain't gonna yield to nothing, and people gonna continue to carry on and then come tell you the same foolishness next week, and we going down the road, Madam Speaker, for what purpose? Madam Speaker, let us do what is right, let us do what is necessary, and let us ensure, Madam Speaker, that we don't continue, Madam Speaker, to go down the wrong road. I was supposed to get a piece of information, Madam Speaker, in committee. I ain't get it yet. About some numbers regarding Music Fest. It was promised to me. It did now. Right now when I don't talk. Madam Speaker, prioritize your priorities. The people of this territory are suffering. They are hurting. And we are the ones that's supposed to bring some relief. And right now, I don't feel comfortable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? Please note that once I call once and no one says anything, I'm going to call on the Premier. And once he stands up, that's it. Any member wish to debate? I call on the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, we made it out of our festival without incident, and I think that's a big thing. So I want to congratulate the people of the territory for frolicking and having fun and coming out in a safe manner. All of us were impacted by Ernesto, whether he was a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane, and we should be grateful that we made it out. A lot can be said coming out of this storm, Madam Speaker. Perhaps it was the Father's way of giving us a taste to remind us of how we need to prepare and the things that should be done. But either way, we are grateful that no life was lost. Madam Speaker, this is a Supplementary appropriation. That's what it is, right? A schedule. Thank you. A schedule of additional provisions. I still learning. I like it. Madam Speaker, you know you have Flintstone vitamins. You have Centrum. Those are supplements. When you take a supplement, it's to get you where you need to go because you have a deficiency, correct? That's the definition of a supplement. So, Madam Speaker, when we came in here, we're going to have our supplementary. So we're going to put things in here to get us where we need to go. And I remember the Premier saying, we're going to tap it up and we're going to move forward. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, almost everything is harder when an economy is growing slowly and the public finances are constrained. My question is this: $20 million, we put in $13 million. This carries us until December. What are we doing after that? Madam Speaker, you see the can that was talked about? I don't think it's a can. I think it's a big boulder from Virgin Gorda that tied to our legs and we dragging it, Madam Speaker. We scraping the road like how they scrape the road down in the 3rd district. Because if you drive through there, it look like a little boy went down there and grabbed a machine and went in somebody's head. Madam Speaker, the beautiful thing about a family is when something goes wrong, you stand behind and you say, something went wrong, but you gotta do better. Madam Speaker, when a child is wrong, you scold them. And you know, first thing a child says when he is wrong, or even an adult, Madam Speaker, I heard somebody say this afternoon in the House, you say sorry. I listened to the Premier. That's the one thing I didn't hear. Sorry. Sorry to the people in the Virgin Islands that a blunder, a mistake, a mishap, an error. This ain't a delete and backspace error, Madam Speaker. This isn't a spelling error in WhatsApp chat. This is $20 million. Madam Speaker, watch me. Give me this. Madam Speaker, by educator by nature, this is a backpack. The average child in BVI carries a backpack. One backpack holds $1 million of this size. Pick this one up on the news. We are talking about 20 backpacks on the youth of our children walking today. That is not an error, Madam Speaker. Yes, Premier. Because when we look at the budget that was just passed here, that's $50 million. That's 50 backpacks filled with $1 million. Let's get a visual on that. Madam Speaker, I got young people up in the prison for stealing how much? We don't call that error, Madam Speaker. What do we call it? No heads rolling. None. I'm not saying that the Premier needs to remove himself, but maybe he needs to go and chat GPT and start typing a message. Maybe I'll get help from AI to get something said that touches the heart of our people and gives them some kind of reassurance. Because, Madam Speaker, the schools need money, but yet we're getting in the budget in here $294,000 because we're getting into taxing. Is it the right thing to do? I don't know. That have gone somewhere else? I don't know, Madam Speaker, but the minister needs money. The Minister of Health needs money for the hospital. How many years now we see an edited financial record from the hospital? You have staff in the hospital, Madam Speaker. I was down there recently. Over a decade, they haven't seen a raise in their salary. We hear talking about electricity and how great they are. And yes, they're great. When the budget comes around in November, we're going to give them great men and women of that institution a raise? How are we going to do it if we walk in with this big bowl around our legs? How? Madam Speaker, the member for the 5th, the Minister of Communications and Works, I got up in here, gave the minister his money so he could do the work. Madam Speaker, in here, $1.4 million for asphalt and roads and bridges. Madam Speaker, it's best we go and buy some bags of cement from Clarence Thomas and walk around as individuals and drop them in the potholes. Because I don't understand what we're doing. So, Premier, the question is this. You don't trust the minister to give him the money to spend it? Because it's the people that are getting punished? Because at this point in time, if the minister only getting 1.4 to deal with something that we need $30 million to get, but we find 20 million. Madam Speaker, 20 backpacks filled with $1 million each. We find it. We find it. But we can't find it for everything else. So when a mistake is made in this house, or is made in the Ministry of Finance, whoever made the mistake, we find a way to fix it. But when our people screaming out, they need help. Screaming out. We don't see that urgency, Madam Speaker. Water and sewage getting $500,000 to do some work. Okay. Tourist board, $750,000 going in to cover the expenses from the music fest. Okay, again, money being found for what we want it for. $4 million going to the police. Every time we come in here, the police getting money. What going on with crime? We ain't seen any kind of answer with it. But we find that. That's 4 backpacks, Madam Speaker. Down the road. Madam Speaker, you know they say mustn't talk the bad and don't talk the good. Customs have something in here that allows us to get electronic clearance. It's about time we coming into the airport, we coming in a port. We should be able to do it electronically. That didn't cost $20 million. Madam Speaker, I am so disappointed that as we sit inside here, we are now talking after we made a mistake. I say we because I sit in here. Well, we're going to look for new revenue sources. I remember standing in this house saying we need to find new ways to make revenue generating ideas. I've heard it. I've heard ministries, departments, statutory bodies come in this house with grand ideas on how they could make more money. You know what you tell them? They were told last standing finance, we're going to look at it, how much money you need to get this done. But we couldn't give them the money to do what they needed to do, but we find the money for a mistake that was made. How? And then we turn to the business community and we say to them what? That we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at it and we're going to fix it. Madam Speaker, the admin complex sitting down there, we can't find the money to fix that so that we could stop paying rent throughout the territory. But we find the 20 school bags filled with $1 million each to do it. Madam Speaker, the Premier is the father of this country. And the cabinet is the leaders, the aunts, the uncles of the country. The buck stops with them. I have within me the ability to call out my family, my cousins, then when them do wrong. In here we smile, cousin, cousin, cousin. But there has to be a point when you have to say to yourself, when do we take a stand and say, hey, this just is not right? August the 31st, we're going on the road, Madam Speaker, so we can make sure that what is suspended above our heads does not fall and crash on us. But what happens after? More mistakes? Madam Speaker, the school children, because there used to be a teacher, whisper to me, they say, Meta, we heard about this from November last year, December last year. Madam Speaker, this is August. And like how my colleague from the force likes to say, and he just said it, over here with all this experience, well, I don't have the experience, Madam Speaker. Not the ones he's talking about. And I am not an accountant. But I have stood in this house and said to the Premier, see this empty seat here that Honorable Skelton is not in? Pull it up. Talk to him about finance. We heard on the street that it was going on. When we get in here and the problem is ready to be quote-unquote solved is when we enter the discussion. But they get up in the house, we're going to involve the opposition, we're going to get y'all involved, we're going to get y'all involved, we're going to figure this out. Okay, if you don't want to involve us, did you involve the private sector? Brains in the territory, all over the place. Then we insult our people and come in here and say, we're kind of sorry, but we ain't really sorry, but we're fixing it. Can you imagine when a family in this territory goes over their monthly budget by $200, how much distress? And we in here talking about 20 million. And we making it seem like, oops, we tripped and we fell, but we getting back up. When we gonna get back up? Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, leadership is about taking and standing up and saying, I am accountable. Don't get offended when somebody questions your ability to lead, because we are all accustomed to it. It is not part of a process. It is part of a process. Not everyone needs to sugarcoat and rub your back and tell you you're doing a good job. Sometimes they need to say to you, no man, this isn't right. And to stand in this house today and make it seem, Madam Speaker, like, oops, this is what happened. No, it's not good enough. So we're going to do what we need to do in this. Not to tap up the vitamin C or the vitamin B or whichever zinc or whatever we need in a supplement. Madam Speaker, we need more than that supplement to get us where we need to go. But in here, we're trying to get to the end of the year. But November is before the end of the year. And what will the conversation look like now in standing finance when this still exists next year and the year after that? Because if we're going to talk about making revenue, we can't talk about adding something here and adding something there, Madam Speaker. We have to have a real plan. Having fun with words is one thing, but where is the plan? And I'm not going to sit down here now and say that I do not have faith. Madam Speaker, I have faith in my people. So this problem, when it comes to how we're going to get through it and how we're going to find more revenue, stop doing it in closed doors. You might be in a cabinet, but you have a country out here. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member at this time wish to debate? I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the SAP that is before us. And I would like to mention in starting the tropical storm that we were warned about and prepared for, and instead we found ourselves experiencing what was in many areas a hurricane. When you look at what happened on Jos van Dijk, the number of boats that ran aground, when you look at the number of trees that were uprooted, trees that withstood Irma's Category 5 winds, when you look at what is happening with our electricity, you wonder whether it was a tropical storm indeed. I too would like to thank the persons at the Electricity Corporation for their hard work in trying to get us back to normal. I'd like to thank all of those from the Public Works Department and all the other workers who have been doing their best to get us back to normal. I would also, Madam Speaker, like to recognize the contribution and, in fact, the cooperation, I should say, made by the cooperation of the Minister of Communications and Works, who was so supportive of all 9 members of this House, district members of this House, when they were preparing their district for the upcoming storm, indicating, Madam Speaker, that this government is here to serve the whole country and not a few persons or to support or supporters, so to speak. Madam Speaker, we are grateful for this supplementary provisions bill, which I will come back to. It was mostly around the increase in salaries, but it also provided a number of other important, provided for a number of other important activities. The minister, the member for the 6th said that there was nothing in it for the people. But, Madam Speaker, if I look just at probably page 3, where there are provisions for the Attorney General's office, the DPP, and so on to assist us with meeting our requirements for the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, which is a must when we remember that $250 million of our budget, more than 60% of our budget comes from financial services. We cannot say that there is nothing in the SAP for the people of this country, because that $250 million goes towards every aspect of living in this territory. Madam Speaker, since the $20 million deficit, or whatever we want to call it, is the elephant in the room, let me address it. Madam Speaker, the $20 million, the Premier was very specific about it. He said that he heard, or it came to his attention, that this excess amount of $20 million for salaries, that there was this excess in April of this year. The budget was passed in December, I believe it was, of last year, and I believe the amount was between $12 and $13 million. So that was the amount, that was the time that the Premier became aware of this $20 million. It is a lot of money. I myself was shocked, outraged, and disappointed, to put it mildly, when I heard about it. I was present when the Premier expressed his shock, his horror. I was present when the Premier himself said to the governor, who is responsible for public service, that an investigation must be carried out. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I have full confidence in the Premier and the way in which he has handled this matter once it came to his attention. Madam Speaker, should this matter be dealt with, not be dealt with in the way in which I expect it to be dealt with, I certainly would see it, as I said to one of my colleagues, as the quintessential absence of accountability. We cannot, as senior public servants in the ministry responsible for public service and the ministry responsible for finance, be making that kind of grievous mistake. Madam Speaker, the financial implications, as has been said, are significant, and we must find a way to find our brightest and best to come up with a solution in terms of making up for this $20 million deficit. Madam Speaker, the Olympics have just passed, but I certainly would give my colleague from the 6th District a gold medal for the theatrics that he engaged in. But, Madam Speaker, having said that, it is a very serious matter. It is not one that I am going to say at any point calls for the action that he proposed, but it is a very, very serious matter. And as I've said before, we have to deal with it, and we have to deal with it expeditiously. We cannot sweep it under the rug. We cannot kick any can down the road. We simply have to deal with it head on. And as I've said before, those who are responsible must be held to account. Those who are responsible in the ministry responsible for the public service must be held to account. While I'm speaking, it's fresh in my mind, Madam Speaker, the member for the 6th also referred to the $2.5 million in the SAP that's to be allocated for a detention center. And he proposes that we instead approach the British government to ask them for this funding. The member for the 6th, having been a minister of government, and even if he wasn't, he knows better. He knows it is not going to be forthcoming. Our per capita income for many years has been such that the British is not going to give us $2.5 million to build a detention center. What I think we should be asking for, and we should be insisting on, is more support for our borders. We have a very porous border. It's impossible for us to keep out the large number of aliens, illegal immigrants, I should call them, and we should be getting support from the United Kingdom for making our borders less porous. Madam Speaker, I mentioned the amount that we got to support us with our Financial Action Task Force obligations. And I now want to address another area, and that is and it's one of my favorites almost. And Madam Speaker, it is the rated program. Madam Speaker, I see that we got an increase. I believe it's something in the region of $2.3 million for the rated program. Madam Speaker, as I have said before, it is a program that needs to be fixed. All of us in this house need to fix it. All of us use it, some of us more effectively than others, but as it stands, it is not working. I am grateful that the Premier has made some very useful suggestions, including having a director, a senior director, to head the program. It is one way of making it work. I also think that we need to go back to basics and zone the country and have persons responsible for keeping those areas. even if we keep the rated program. The country looks like a wilderness. Madam Speaker, I live in McNamara. And Madam Speaker, I don't need a car to come up here. I could get on a whisk and come, you know, Tarzan and Jane. Yes, I'm saying it because that is what McNamara looks like. And it's in the 4th district. I have never seen an area where I have lived in since 1982 to present look the way it looks. We have, Madam Speaker, to do something about that rated program. Madam Speaker, festival has just gone. And I was happy that my colleague, the Deputy Speaker, noted that it was without incident. But Madam Speaker, the country was not a pretty sight. And Madam Speaker, speaking of the rated program, the leader of the opposition at the time and I thought that we would have been able to get McNamara cleaned up, but that was not to be for whatever reason, including the bureaucracy that is involved. And Madam Speaker, in the middle of the night, when I saw so many people coming to my country, our country, and when I saw those people coming in, I said they could not come and see this ugly, unkept, untidy country. And so I don't know whether it was an inspiration from God or what or who. I called up James E. Todman in the middle of the night, Friday night. The next morning, Madam Speaker, there was a backhoe cleaning the area. And that backhoe continued until they have finished much of it. There's probably a third of the area of Roe Town, that area bordering the sea. And I'm hoping now that somebody within the rated program will finish the rest of it. I'm grateful to other persons like Ricky Connor, who also came to my rescue and assisted me in getting the trash and everything moved away. And Seymour Fonseca, all these people. Madam Speaker, this shows me, yes, it cost me a couple of dollars, but it shows me that people in our community want to see a clean and tidy community. And they're prepared to do what is necessary. But we as leaders in this house must take the initiative and lead. That's why they elected us. And I'm hoping now that we've gotten $2.3 million in the rated program, that this will lead to some improvement, some significant improvement, and our country will be one that we can be proud of. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak to clean up not just on the water, on the sea, on the land, but on the water. Madam Speaker, we're in the middle of another hurricane, 7 years, and our water, the boats around the territory are still littering the water. I was very pleased that the Premier, when I brought it up, said that the RDA was interested in, or they were keen to support us in getting some of the areas cleaned up. And Madam Speaker, we can't expect to do everything at the same time, especially since we have limited funds. And if we can clean one area at a time, be it Seacoast Bay, be it Road Town, or wherever, we should try to clean it up. This is our country, and we cannot continue to let it look as decrepit as it is, both on land and on sea. So I'm hoping that before the end of this year, not just a request for proposal, a proposal, but that there will be definite action in some of the areas. I'm grateful to Nanny Key, for instance, for having started, in fact, I believe they took 2 or 3 boats out of the water, and I'm sure that they would be willing to assist us even further. Madam Speaker, with those few words, there was also the comment again from the member from the 6th that nothing in terms of the economy is happening. The Premier mentioned a number of areas, and I am also confident that those areas that the areas that he mentioned will come to fruition, or that work will begin very soon. Finally, Madam Speaker, in terms of business development and the Business Bureau, Madam Speaker, yes, I would love to see more money assigned for business development and the Business Bureau. But Madam Speaker, I'm pretty frugal, and I am not going to go ahead of and put a ton of money or ask for a ton of money in the budget that I can't spend. I require the public servants to help me. I cannot go faster than the public servants, be they with the Attorney General, be they with trade or whoever, to help me. I'm doing what I can do, Madam Speaker, and I'm hoping and I'm expecting that come next month, we will be in a position to have approval, because the process is that there has to be a committee to make a selection in terms of the funding that is to be allocated. So I'm expecting that come next month, that funding will be available. That September, October, we have about 4 months, and that we will be able to assist our businesses in terms of getting started. As I said before, we're starting with existing businesses. And we hope that the next tranche next year, once we've started up, we wouldn't have to go through all of the formalities that we are going through now. But we are hoping that the next tranche of funds would be for startups or persons who are using their innovative skills for business development. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to give my contribution to the schedule of additional provisions. By short, we call it a SAP. Before I go into what I really want to say pertaining to what we have been going through for the last few days in this House, in this Honorable House, in committee stage, and now we're at the point where we're debating, and at the end of it all, we will pass this SAP number 1 of 2024. I'd just like to say a special thank you to the Ministry of Communications and Works, through its department, the Public Works Department, for again providing the assistance, the urgent assistance that we needed after Tropical Storm Ernesto in terms of getting it cleaned up. And I also want to say thank God that we were able to go through this storm, which was an unusual storm because it was a bit more than what we had expected. And we thank God that we didn't have any casualties, and also to say that we were able to do what we needed to do right after in terms of getting teams out to do some surface cleaning. We had a lot of fallen trees in all the different areas, all the different districts. And particularly in the 4th District, I'd like to thank the teams that went out. We were able to get those persons out early with the permission from Public Works Department to just pull these teams together to get some of the trees that had been falling and get them cleaned up, particularly when they were in the roads that blocked persons from traversing. So we still have a lot of cleaning up to do, Madam Speaker, but at least we were able to address the urgency of some of the areas. I know for sure one of the particular areas in my district, the Sugar Mill Road, there was a huge tree that had fallen, and it took just about all day to cut it up and get it moved out. So I thank the teams that I called upon to do the cleanup, and I appreciate them, and also for the residents for their patience in getting this done. Now, I listened to the discussions earlier, the contributions earlier about this deficit in terms of the salaries and the insufficient funds that were placed in the amount to cover the salaries. I listened to the debate, but Madam Speaker, I reserved my comments on this particular topic until the investigations are completed. There will be an investigation, and I reserve my discussions or my comments on it until the investigation is completed and until the report from the investigation comes out, and I'm sure it will be brought to this Honorable House for us to discuss, and I will give my comments there. But needless to say, Madam Speaker, that I would publicly like to say that I am confident in my leader, our leader, the Premier, the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, and I'm also confident in his capabilities as being the Minister for Finance. And we will get to the point as to why this particular instance that we are at the stage where we're at, where we have, whether it's an error or a blunder or whatever the case may be, at the end of the investigation, Madam Speaker, we will find out what transpired, what happened, and then work towards a solution to get through this situation. Madam Speaker, I want to extend once again my disappointment in the current disposition of our 4th District, which is our capital. And yes, my colleagues are very disappointed as well in terms of the cleanliness or the lack of it, particularly with the bush cutting in the district. And I'm pleased to say that we are in this very same SAP. We were able to, under the recurrent vote, that we were able to put in $50,000 in addition to what was placed in the rated program, an additional $50,000 in each district to do just that, to get the districts cleaned up from the bush. And I want to admit, and I want to share with the persons in my district, the residents in my district, that I also advocated for additional funds to get the place thoroughly cleaned up. I believe in the rated program. I believe that it does contribute to assisting in the areas of bush cutting. But I also believe that additional funds that will allow teams to go directly into the areas and put teams together to really do a thorough cleanup is what was necessary for the 4th District. And I know it took a while, but it was passed in this SAP. So we have the funds now to get full teams, and not just teams of individuals or persons, but to use the equipment, to use the necessary equipment, whether it needs an excavator or a bucket truck or whatever is needed to really do a thorough cleanup from including McNamara, so that our deputy premier would not have to be swinging from tree to tree as Jane. But the fact that the matter is that it will be cleaned up once we can get access to the funds. The place will be thoroughly cleaned, and I think that everyone will be pleased once we get it done, and they will be satisfied, because I will make sure that everything is done to the likeness of persons. And to also say that I know, yes, it took a while, Madam Speaker, but I am very pleased that we're going to get the funds now, and then we will action the teams to get everything done. And to say, Madam Speaker, that I want to also, again, I said it the last time we were under other business, thank my residents for their patience and for their understanding, and they will be seeing some additional works going on to get the place thoroughly clean. And I just want to say that I am thankful for this opportunity during this SAP, for the funds to be afforded first to really do a thorough cleanup, and thank the Premier and also my colleagues for agreeing that the additional funds were necessary, and agreeing to get this thing done at this point. I end, Madam Speaker, by in announcing information will be coming very shortly. A flyer is being done as I speak, that the back to school program or the back to school fair for the 4th District will be held on August 31st. That's a Saturday. In addition to not just distributing the necessary or school supplies to our students, we will be having some guest speakers which will motivate the students, so that encouraging them to have a successful school year 2024-2025. With those very brief words said, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution within the 25 minutes that you have allotted us on the schedule of additional provisions number 1 of 2024. Madam Speaker, before I go into the substantive provision as before us, I too would like to thank the Almighty for His mercies over a territory over the past couple of days when we experienced the ravages, in some instances, in some respects, of Tropical Storm Ernesto. Madam Speaker, despite the discomfort that some of us are experiencing right now, I'm tremendously grateful that we were able to not lose much in terms of persons' lives, and much in terms of personal property. I haven't seen any images that suggest persons have lost much in terms of damage to their property, and those who have experienced damage, I'm hopeful that they get the level of support and relief necessary to get themselves back to a sense of normalcy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too as well would like to give my sense of appreciation for those individuals who are out there pre and post tropical storm, assisting to ensure that the roadways are cleared, to ensure that persons have roads that are passable, that persons who experience flooding and landslides are able to get to and from their homes, and that, particularly on the electricity corporation front, that we are able to get back to some sense of normalcy in terms of the power supply in the territory. And as I said earlier, I know it's a very uncomfortable situation for many. I myself, Madam Speaker, and my neighbors are still without power. I know many of our persons in my community, in my district, still are without power, and I want to ask them to bear with the Electricity Corporation team. I was out with the team last night, up until 11, thereabouts, and I see the dedication and the commitment of those individuals to get us back to where we were in terms of our power supply. Again, I want to thank them and their leadership and all the persons from the office manager down who feel the calls and who feel the requests for power outages and the frustration that people have sometimes expressed and still have to keep a calm head and deal with individuals, understanding the nature of the situation that we're dealing with, as well as my own district office who's been working to field and coordinate requests for persons in terms of the power outages and blockages and down trees in the community. And I thank those persons who worked and continue to work as we challenge and traverse this very difficult but uncomfortable time that we experience as a territory right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tropical saying hurricane, but it's because of the impacts. But indeed, based on the reports, it was a tropical storm. Tropical storm Ernesto exposed us, Madam Speaker. It exposed our vulnerabilities. It exposed the specific areas in our public infrastructure where we're weak. And I think it was a lesson that we have to take heed. We're in the heart of the hurricane season, Madam Speaker, and we have to take heed. We have to ensure that we prepare for the eventualities and what sometimes seems inevitable these days with hurricanes and storms, that they will come. And we have to be prepared, and our public infrastructure have to be prepared. And being prepared does not mean that 2 days before a storm, you rush to clean the guts. Being prepared doesn't mean that 2 days before a storm, you put the funding in place to do the necessary things so persons could be prepared. Being prepared doesn't mean that you still don't know where the hurricane shelters are and the ones who are designated are still not open or still not prepared to accept persons, where we've had persons during the storm, the police officers had to take persons up and they have nowhere to go. Madam Speaker, as leaders of this country, we have to be more responsible in our actions. And the storm did us a favor. It, as I said, exposed those vulnerabilities. It exposed what we need to do as leaders of this country and as executive, Madam Speaker, to provide the funding, to provide the support to our people in these most vulnerable times, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this SAP doesn't do that. In fact, one of the traits of leadership is that you have to be honest with your people. If you want to gain the trust and the respect of people when you're in these type of positions, you have to be honest. And you have to be forthright. Not couch words, not play with words and have a play on words. And I heard a lot of that in the Premier's initial presentation. The play on words and the play on persons' emotions concerning where we are. Basically, the reality is that when we started the process of the SAP, the team for the Ministry of Finance was very clear. We are here essentially to deal with cleaning up the $20 million hole that was left. That was clear. The questions were asked. We spent an entire day, Madam Speaker. We spent an entire morning asking specific questions about that money. You'll get your turn to wrap up, man, don't worry. Madam Speaker. And it was very clear in that discussion that the main purpose of us here is to deal with the issue. We asked a question. and then 80 plus times in this SAP, it is mentioned to fix the mistake with the salary. So what are we here for then? If 80 plus times in the SAP it was mentioned to fix the mistake with the salary, Madam Speaker, the Premier said it's $14 million, but what he didn't say is that he has been paying the increase since January. So what has been paid, he has been doing reallocations and foregoing hires and foregoing these things, and are paying the salaries from that money. You have to be honest with our people. You make a mistake, you fess up. Well, we say in Eastern or part of the woods, that's a beef steak. And you fess up to it, and you move forward, Madam Speaker. I say we have to be honest. Again, the Ministry of Finance said, when they were here before us, we spent the entire first day of this SAP dealing specifically with this issue. We even had an informal meeting, and I won't say those specific things because we have to be responsible, Madam Speaker. But this problem was known about since October of 2023, Madam Speaker. That was said.
Point of information.
It was said. Jerry said that.
Madam Speaker, I was just going to allow things to. Yeah, I was just going to allow for things to be said and just in my wrap up, but I have to get up.
He said he knew.
Madam Speaker.
He said they knew.
The member just spoke about being responsible. The member just spoke about being responsible. The budget wasn't even passed in October, Madam Speaker.
He said he knew the issue with the report from them. That's what he said.
Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear with people. We just spoke about being honest and truthful with people, Madam Speaker. What the member for the 8th said is false. It is not true. Madam Speaker, when we passed this budget in December, I had no knowledge and no member of the cabinet or the House had any knowledge that what was appropriated was not the correct figure. When I wrap up, I must speak a little more about it. I want to make it unequivocally clear. There was no knowledge by myself, the cabinet, or members of this House about incorrect appropriation. We didn't even pass the budget by that time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would like the opportunity to make my contribution, Madam Speaker, without interruption. I sat here and I listened. Madam Speaker, the records will reflect that the Ministry of Finance, in the questions that were asked in this process, said that they knew of the issue October of 2023. It was said in this process. That's what the ministry person who was here in this process said, Madam Speaker. And that is the fact. That is on the record. That's what they said. And that's what I said, Madam Speaker. Okay? Madam Speaker, we went through a budget in December of this year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you heard a member for the second. He read specifically the questions that he asked in standing finance, during the standing finance process. Because, member for the first spoke about experience and honesty and all these things they're talking about, Madam Speaker. But it's in our experience and wisdom what we continuously asked are you sure? And every member of this opposition asked the question, are you sure that this monies that you're being appropriated can cover the costs of this salary increase? Because we knew, based on the numbers that we were looking at, that it was impossible and something wasn't right in terms of what's being proposed. So we asked the questions. We asked up until the night before this budget was passed. Madam Speaker. And we were assured then that this in fact is fine, these are the numbers, and all of us decided and made a decision. The Premier got up and said, the House made a decision. So he don't want to take responsibility for what he has done, so it's the House make the decision, Madam Speaker. And getting up here talking about honesty. That is what was said here. The Ministry of Finance and the personnel came here and said they knew about this from October of 2023. They said it. They said it. You can pull the records and find out what was said. The records of this house will reflect that. Madam Speaker, but you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. You can't intimidate a soul in this house. I know who you think you is. Who you think you is?
Member, please just stay on track. Continue. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, what the Premier trying to I speak in? Madam Speaker, you got me? You got me? Don't worry about me, man. Madam Speaker, we have to be honest and forthright. This Premier is making threat over there. Madam Speaker, you say you got me?
I didn't hear any threat, Honorable. Please just stay on track, Honorable, I beg. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, this has serious implications for us moving forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this has brought us essentially to our knees. And Madam Speaker, we've even found out in the process that over 200, let me make sure, because they like to say, to be exact, Madam Speaker, and I'll quote it, as of June, Madam Speaker, 30th, June 30th, 2024, that the government of the Virgin Islands had a cash balance of $221,300,841. That's based on a cash report provided, the audited cash reports provided by the Treasury Department of what the cash balances were as of June 30th, 2024, Madam Speaker. And yet, you have the Deputy Premier having to swing and whisk, according to the member for the Fort Lake Jane, from up McNamara into Road Tongue in a festival costume. I said that part.
Oh, okay.
And even all around the territory with the level of overgrowth, Madam Speaker. And Ernesto was so ashamed that when we were coming to BVI and he saw the condition of our country, he had to blow down a bush for us. He said, well, I ain't cutting this bush, I got to blow it down for you. And we have $231 million cash balance as of June 30th, Madam Speaker. My Speaker, when I got up in this house on the other business the last time, and I said that we don't have a money problem. All right? Every member in the front bench cackle like a chicken when they lay an egg. I don't know what they're talking about. And then themselves, Madam Speaker, they don't want to see the look on their faces when they realize how much money we had in the bank. Total shock and awe that we have over $231 million in the bank and our country is in the condition that it's in. People can't get to their homes because the bush is pulling out of their cars. The roads are in the most dilapidated state that has ever been in the history of this territory, Madam Speaker, with $231 million in the bank. Madam Speaker, we have a serious crisis of management in this country. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this SAP doesn't essentially address any of the issues that impact our people and their lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have fought We had 4 days of discussion, and you're hearing that we wasted too much time on this SAP, but this is the most important piece of bill or legislation any government or any house passes in any given year is its budget. Because the budget determines the goods and services that are going to be provided by a government, especially when government is the main contributor to the economic viability of any country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this SAP is equally critical because it is a mini budget and it provides a sense, a glimpse of what we're going to do to improve the lives of the people of this territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are not doing anything. Madam Speaker, we ask specifically about the issues surrounding farmers and fishermen. Madam Speaker, everywhere you go around this country, everyone who had a farm, you heard the member for the 6 spoke about this, and I mentioned this as well. We asked in the SAP, can we at least find some seed money to put in place to ensure that the farmers who lost their crop will get an opportunity to really try to recoup some of the loss that they've had, not like what we did with our fishing and farming grant program, Madam Speaker, not like that. We have a legitimate need, Madam Speaker, where we've seen people who have had banana wharfs totally destroyed. In my district, in Josiah's Bay, one of the largest banana plantations in the entire territory was totally devastated, wiped out. That farmer is going to need some type of support to get that farm back up and running. Madam Speaker, Paraquita Bay, you go there, most of the farmers have lost all their crop. Lost entire plantations, Madam Speaker. But yet you're saying to me that you couldn't find $100,000 or $150,000 seed money to at least start the process of supporting those farmers. But I just got a report that we spent or sent over $900K to Tourist Board for the Music Fest. That doesn't speak to what has already been spent. $900,000 was sent over a series of transfers and reallocations, $930,000 to be exact, from the ministry to the Tourist Board. But we couldn't find $150,000 as seed money to support the farmers who have lost their entire crops during this storm event. We're not serious, Madam Speaker. We're not serious. How are we really going to support our people? The fishermen and the Junior Minister of Fishery and Farming is not here. Again, we ask, can you provide some level of subsidy to support the fishermen, the struggling fishermen in this country, Madam Speaker? Again, nothing to support those individuals. Those individuals who have lost their fisheries, was destroyed in 2017 storm, wasn't rebuilt, was torn down with a promise of building a fishing complex up in the Paraquita Bay. We're now 5 years in. We're still talking about drawings for the complex. We're nowhere in sight to build this fishing complex within this budget cycle, Madam Speaker. Nowhere in sight are we going to build this fishing complex within the 2024 budget allocations, Madam Speaker. Are we serious about improving the lives of our people, the lives and livelihood of our people? Madam Speaker, this exercise says to me that we're not. We have a crisis of management. Madam Speaker, we do not have a money problem, and I've said this over and over in this House. How can we find money 2 days before a storm to clean the guts? And we've been asking since November, December, when the budget was passing, for money to get the guts cleaned. Money for rated to start to cut the grass. We didn't start cutting the bush until July, going into August. 7 months later. But of June 30th, we had over $231 million in the bank. Are the people of this country a priority? We're going to just build a bank account and people go hungry? That's our focus? You want to call down to the Ministry of Finance every day, how much you got in there today? 250, 260. But every man, woman, and child in this country is struggling. Businesses are struggling. People have to drive on these dilapidated roads every day. The bush hauling up your vehicle. Again, God bless Honesto. Good or bad, good Honesto, bad Honesto. We get a chance to clean up some of the places that has been in a dire situation. Madam Speaker, we have to do better in terms of managing the public resources, Madam Speaker. These are the realities. These are the realities that we have to deal with as a people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, derelict votes. Speaker Houseby, the member, the Deputy Premier and a large member talked about it. Talk about the unsightliness of our harbors and our bays, Madam Speaker. It's not just in Speaker Houseby, it's everywhere. Came up again in this process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not a dime again to deal with this issue. Yet you got $231 million in the bank as of June 30th. Madam Speaker, up to last night, this morning I drive in, going to Eastern in the morning. I say, well, my district, people buy a new boat. And I as soon as I get the words out of my mouth, Madam Speaker, I get a call. Are we going to turn Eastern into a dump? I say, what do you mean? I mean, when are we buy a new boat? I thought as on our boat that we're about to celebrate. A boat that was sinking out of the dogs, close to Bojangada. I understand the owner from Bojangada, and there's a boat yard in Bojangada. They moved from the dogs where it was sinking, and Bojangada is 2 clicks away. Bring it up in Eastern into our harbor to sink it. Are we serious, Madam Speaker? Are we serious about our country and what we're doing with our country? And we got $231 million in the bank, and we can't find no kind of money to move these derelict boats out of our harbors. And we're saying that we're serious about tourism, we're serious about the economy, and then when everybody comes in on the planes from Beef Island and they come in on American, and I'm seeing that we have Caribbean Airways, Caribbean Airlines is coming now as well. The
1 minute to wrap up, Honorable.
Yeah, I started. Yeah, I have 5 minutes, Madam Speaker. I done? Okay. I get interrupted a million times, but I ain't see I get back that time yet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I always focus. Don't worry about me. I worry about myself. But Madam Speaker, we have to do better than we're doing and how we're spending the resources of this territory and how we're managing the resources of this territory. We have to ensure that our people are the beneficiaries of the resources of this country. And I say you cannot have $231 million in the bank and your roads are in the condition that they are in. And I say you cannot have $231 million in the bank and the guts are blocked, continue to flood Road Town, flood the adjacent communities, Madam Speaker. I saw Postle was flooded again, Madam Speaker. I think you can't have $231 million in the bank, and we have to be swinging from tree to tree like Jane, because the bush is so high, Madam Speaker. We cannot, Madam Speaker, we cannot have $231 million in the bank. Now people are complaining that they have nowhere to go in the height of a storm, no shelters. Persons don't have any social homes. You cannot have $231 million in the bank, Madam Speaker. And people are struggling just to get a food voucher, just to eat, a place to live. They're being put out of their apartment. There's no work for our people. Madam Speaker, our economy is stagnant. How can you have 231 million in the bank, Madam Speaker, in a country look this way? Madam Speaker, this SAP is a disappointment on the management of this country and the revelations of what we are financially and the challenges that people face, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to lend my voice to the schedule of additional provision, SAP for short. But Madam Speaker, like the other members, I too want to thank the Father Almighty for watching us during the passage of Tropical Storm Ernesto. I think it was more than any of us really expected. And it has some messages with us, Madam Speaker, and one of the messages speaks to our preparation and how we look at things. Madam Speaker, I saw a number of persons who complained of PTSD. They've been a joke in a way, but other reports I got shows it's something we had to pay attention to with our people. Persons having gone through hurricanes Irma and Maria of 2017 are still reliving that nightmare. One puff of wind and people began to shake and react. So it's something we need to look at. And Madam Speaker, the debris I saw around my district was very disappointed, from loose galvanized to pieces of debris, and then all this panic shopping. Madam Speaker, as a people, we need to be more prepared and prepared all the time, and not always in a panic state. Every year, hurricane season comes. I don't know why we're still surprised by it, and we should be preparing from January. A few years ago, we did extensive work in preparing our people for hurricane season. We started in January, and we had a theme back then, preparedness as a way of life. I don't know what has happened since then. But Madam Speaker, I want to thank all those teams that came out. And I must thank the Minister because of his support and his encouragement, the Public Works Department, Fire, Electricity, and of course, solid waste. And I really must thank the Minister. The Minister is here, he's next to me, and he's here on a crutch. Because despite having an operation, because of his determination to see us through, he's here in this honorable house today. And Madam Speaker, that's very, very commendable of him. I know he's in pain, I can see it in his face. But make sure things are done. You must come to this honorable house. And Madam Speaker, despite what you heard, there's stuff in this SAP for the people. There's a lot of stuff in this SAP for the people. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said, sometimes in very dramatic fashions. The man for the six isn't here, but he's always happened on the Business Bureau for a long time now. I was in the Business Bureau, and I must commend the Deputy Premier for getting this Business Bureau going with her small grants and so forth. But I must tell her, in all honesty, as a businessman myself, you really want to help business people? Give them some bailout money. They don't need grants, 7,000 to do nothing. They're in trouble. They owe a lot of money. They need to be bailed out. You need some grants to get them out of where they are with their Social Security and the NHI needs different things that they owe. All 7,500. It's a good start, I have to admit it. But it's not going to help the real, you have to get to the real crux of that matter with persons who really are in some serious trouble in this country. Because they call me every day, oh, I owe 20,000, I owe 30,000. And we have to try to help these persons, get them bailed out of the spot they are in. Madam Speaker, the member also spoke a lot about public assistance and the challenge. We all know the challenges, but Madam Speaker, we came to this very house and passed a new bill. The bill was passed in this house, I think it was last month, that are going to change up the way things are happening now. We know the challenges with the public assistance, and I said it in this house before, we're not going to rush this and get it wrong. The members talk about haste and rush it and getting things wrong. No, you're not going to rush me with this one. It's going to take some time to do. I said it here already. The long road draws sweat. The shortcut draws blood. Me drawing no blood. I want to take my time and get this thing done right to coincide with Deputy Premier's minimum wage increase and other things that we're trying to do. We want to take our time and do it right. Are there people out there who that need money? Yes, we all get these calls every single day. Somebody needs something like this, like that, or the other. And there's funding there, but the scope is narrow. It didn't just get narrow yesterday. It's been narrow for a very long time. We are addressing it. We came to, we debated it, we spoke about it. It is in process. We saw the meeting a few days ago. The consultant is here. It's not an overnight fix because we didn't get here overnight. It's going to take some time to fix this and fix it right. And these things, Madam Speaker, are addressed in the SAP. The money's in there to get us solved and the various things that we need to make this work. It's in the SAP. I mean, there's nothing but for our people in there. What do you mean there's nothing? Okay, yeah, you choose to have on a $20 million. But what is money going to? It's all people, the hard-working public officers. We're trying to fix an error was made. I don't think anybody's talking about that. It's all people we're trying to help. People who are below the living wage. We're trying to bring them up. We're trying to bring them up. It's all people we're trying to help. Ain't $20 million going to disappear in some way? No, it's all people we're trying to pay. The same people who call all of us. Them we're trying to help. And we're here to get it fixed. And I commend the Premier for taking the bull by the horns and dealing with it. That is bold leadership to deal with the problem at hand. We like to cast blame. We are very good at it. But now it's time for casting blame. Now it's time for fixing a problem. And that's what we're here doing, Madam Speaker. We are addressing the problem. We are fixing the problem. And when we leave here, it's going to be fixed, Madam Speaker. I'm so pleased to see, and I must commend the budget team for doing something that is often not done, and that is being proactive. Madam Speaker, we have a serious problem in this country, in fact, the whole world, Caribbean, but this country, in NCDs, non-communicable diseases, heart disease, kidney disease, you name it. And so what we are seeing is a large number of persons that are going, who are either on dialysis or in pre-dialysis stage. The projection, Madam Speaker, is not good because people don't exercise right and the diets are not right. So it's projected that that dialysis unit down there need to be expanded at some time in the future. And we have money in here to do just that. Start buying new machines, start expanding the unit, put in the new water system, and get that system where it needs to be. And hopefully we don't need it, because by then our people understand the importance of diet and exercise. So you have the machines, but you don't need to use them. And that's because we've seen the ages of person on dialysis decreasing and the numbers increasing. But they're proactive. They didn't wait until we get to a point where we're in crisis to then say, well, let's start addressing the road-term dialysis unit. We're starting right now. And Madam Speaker, as soon as we get that one fixed and expanded, we have to go to version order. Because the numbers too there are unfortunately picking up. So we're going to have no choice soon from now. But in the point of having two half-done units, let's fix the one properly and then move on to the other one. That we know we have to do. Hopefully our interventions in preventative medicines, in preventative lifestyles, and healthy lifestyles would lead to us not needing these things. It is better to be healthy than to be in a first-class dialysis unit. We're going to build one. Hopefully nobody will have to use it. But we tend to be stubborn sometimes, and we tend to be doing the wrong things. And that's in the South, Madam Speaker. And we have money in there. Yes, we've had challenges with NHI and Social Security and HSA and all those things. Again, it didn't happen overnight, and we got to address them. I guarantee you we're going to address them head on. We're not going to run from the problems. We're going to face the problem. I'm not going to blame anybody. I met the ball here. I'm going to pick it up here and carry it as fast as I can carry the ball. I'm going to address the issues. Power, the light bill. I would have liked to have seen a memo for, I felt bad for the memo for the fifth, Minister of Communications, that I didn't get more money to be able to give him. But he got a little something. I would let the pay off the whole bill tomorrow, God knows. Because right now in Virgin Order, the clinic is closed because of a power problem. Because of a power problem. I can't go now and about the neck because they say, but pay me the money, you go me first, and then I'll sort you out. But hopefully with the good nature of Mr. Smith, it will be rectified hopefully before the night is out. Matter, these are real issues. I didn't create it. I came, met this problem. But Madam Speaker, we are going to address the problem, and we are going to address the problem head on. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said too about the rated program. Madam Speaker, I just want to commend my teams in Virgin Islands, Ace and Lisa and those guys over there. I wish I had them all the time. But again, Madam Speaker, there's some, I think they finished Monday or Tuesday of last week. There's funding in here to get these guys back on the road, and I love the work they do. When those guys get the pride they put into it, and all the other partners involved, and all the private persons come out and work with the rated, and work with Public Works and solid waste and all these guys. Guys, our country, we have to keep it clean, first and foremost, for us. So when the tourists come, they took and enjoy our clean environment. So and who's in the rated program? Persons who haven't worked in a long time. And they do a good job. They're so committed and dedicated to the way that program works. I'm so pleased with them. Whenever they're out there, I make sure I go and chat with them and see how things going and give them tips on where we could go next or something. So the public too, I must commend the public too for the way the public interacts with the rated teams in the Virgin Islands. They commend them, they start to give them drinks. They make them feel like we really appreciate what you're doing, because we do. If you come to Virgin Islands and see those guys walking, you'll say, wow, these guys are taking pride in what they do. But a lot of the rain is falling, and the grass and the trees is growing quicker. As you cut one, the other one starts to grow. So we have to keep making this thing continuous. And here's I would like to see the point to where we can give out certain roles on contracts. I was told it's being worked on. We got to get some roles on contract to where the person has roles at least 6 months at a time. So the roads always look pristine. That last member, Deputy Speaker, I always speak about the need to have these posts for there continuously, maybe with Public Works or some other structure. I agree with that. Because, and the idea of bringing on a manager, Deputy Premier mentioned it, is so critical because rated should be more than cutting bush. It should be a lot more than that. Get these guys in a program through the college or something that when you're done, you're either a landscaper or horticulturist or something. Let's make the rated program work. And I think that's where we're heading. Through the SAP, that's where we're heading. So don't say there's nothing on it for the people. All of us are sent here by the people to work for the people. And you can criticize a detention center. That's because you know how much money we spend on illegal immigrants every year? Food, medical, security. That's because these people that listen to the news to understand what really going in this country and the kind of expenses illegal immigrants cost this country. This is millions of dollars, and since I've been in government, millions of dollars we've spent feeding persons. And it's a multi-purpose detention center. It's in here. Because we don't have illegal immigrants all the time. When it's not being used for illegal immigrants, it can be used for other things, maybe juveniles or females or some things, multi-purpose. And yes, the Deputy Premier is correct. I don't think the UK would build it for us. But we can seek other assistance to make it work. But to continue the way we are going, we've taken a man good hotel and turned it into a prison camp essentially. We can all of them go one place. I don't think people normally stay in a tourist state anymore because we always got people down there in the man place. Sometimes we don't go there. But we have people there all the time in the man place. Let's put them where they belong in a proper detention facility where they can get adequate treatment without violating their human rights. And the country ain't going broke because they have turmoil all over the world and persons have to seek refuge one place or the other. And the BVI happens to be one of the places where they end up coming. Madam Speaker, we get to the House and we debate these bills and various things, and persons listen to us. And they listen to what we say. Now, I've always said we have to be very careful what we say in this honorable House because persons listen to us all around the world and are making judgments about us, either to confirm what they believe or to form opinions about us. And opposition has their role to play. And I've always said it, the opposition, they will do their job. They will do their job. And you can't blame them. It's a government in waiting. They have to show themselves. But don't get carried away with the show. Don't get carried away with the show. They have a job to do. We have our job to do to make sure we defend what we're presenting. And I fully defend this, and I fully support my premier. And this nonsense about the premier should step down and do the honorable thing, that's nonsense. Where did that come from? That's stupidness. They have no place in this debate here at all. No place at all. If you want to talk them thing outside between your friend, them do it, but don't come in this house with those kind of foolish stuff. The premier needs to sit down. And every single minister of finance has been challenged since 2017. Some even kill themselves. I think it's an easy job being a minister of finance. My area is mathematics. Me want a job coming able with that. I don't know how to sleep dealing with these percent numbers all the time. So it's not an easy job balancing economics of a country, the social needs, the infrastructure. It's a nightmare. They must commend the premier for taking the licks like a man. And sometimes you don't want to get up and carry on bad. The show when they inside him something I want to peep out. But he's a true diplomat. He composes himself and he studies what he's doing. Make it seem like he's sleeping. He ain't sleeping on the job. He used to call Ralph sleep too. When he hit you, he hit you. But he's listening and paying attention. And that's what it's a complex time, Madam Speaker. Very complex time. We have turmoil all over the world. I was over the weekend watching TV. I had to hold my head. This Ukraine gone in Russia and Ukraine, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. You got Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. I said, oh my God. You got Venezuela and the borders that collapsed. You got Nigeria. When I think the world gone crazy one time. And all of us are taking in all these things. And they're playing on our side. So when we come to this honorable house to debate these things, let's keep it real. Let's keep it above board. You've heard it say, let's keep it honest. And Speaker, I was closed by reminding my district that on the 24th of August, next Saturday, is my back to school event, my annual back to school event. It's going to be a little different to years past because we have various persons like you all. We have motivational speakers. We have a whole mental health campaign that day. I must commend Dr. Rubin and her team for volunteering to come over to meet with parents and students. And I really like it because we're going through the storm just now and the whole situation of mental health, all the stress we've been through in this country. I commend her for volunteering to come over to meet with the parents and students and have some sessions with them about their mental health going into a new school year. I want to commend Dr. Kathy Smith for coming over to do a history project with our students. So it's not just fun and games. Yes, you're going to get a backpacks, you're going to get a school supplies, lots to eat and drink, all sorts of games, but it's also that serious part we want the kids to understand. The Rotary Club of Central is coming over also, and I think I'm missing somebody else. And the usual sponsors who come and do their thing, like Nagico, Rotang Wholesale, and other sponsors who make this a real day and an impactful day and a meaningful day for the kids. So I invite them. It's 10 o'clock, Jeffrey King's Arena. We go from 10 until about 3. Come early, lots of things to engage, a lot of things to take away, but most importantly, a lot of things to support you. I remember the one I was going to mention. Again, for the young ladies, this year we have a special treat. Stephanie Falk and her team are doing a self-care session for young ladies, teaching you about taking care of yourselves as you get ready to go into high school or primary school, as you mature and things start to change with you. They're going to discuss with you the changes to expect and how to deal with these various changes as young ladies. So I commend all the persons who have volunteered to come and take part, and I want the whole community to come out. And again, I haven't forgotten you. I'm going to send over your stuff at a later date. But I encourage the whole community to come out. Let's make it a fun day for the children, a learning day for the adults, and just come out and have a good time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to support the schedule of additional provision number 1 of 2024. Madam Speaker, passing this SAP is extremely important as we seek to progress through the next few months in the year, and I believe it's important that though delayed, It is here, and I fully support the passing of this SAP. Madam Speaker, there's a quote from Abraham Lincoln, and where it says America, I'm going to replace it with the BVI. And I quote, "The British Virgin Islands will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed it ourselves." Madam Speaker, the level of theatrics that has been portrayed in this House is really disappointing. You know, I grew up hearing a saying that says, if you can't make it in show business, go into politics. And Madam Speaker, I have to say that the level of discourse that you see in the House when the cameras come on, it's disparaging. I wish that we could have committee publicly so that the public can see how the 13 members of the House actually communicate with each other and reason with each other to seek to get to a point where we can come out of committee and pass a bill. When I consider the time that we spent in committee and the discourse that just took place over the debate, is night and day. And while we would have had some questions and while we would have sought some answers, Madam Speaker, when you sit down and you listen to the language and to the explanation that was given to the public, it's embarrassing. I think at the end of the day, we have to really consider the big I word that we like to use, integrity. Madam Speaker, you sit down and you discuss, whether on the record or off the record, you have members asking ministers questions to get details on why certain things are in the SAP. And then those same members get up and speak the complete opposite, or they seek to deface the initiative publicly after having all the details that do not suggest what is said publicly is accurate. And then we purport to the public that the government isn't willing to walk and speak with the opposition. But Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that I will continue to be transparent and give the information with the hopes that members will share that information to the public. And if they do not, when I get the opportunity to do it, I will do it myself. Because I can especially state that under the Ministry of Education, whatever is given in this budget, the team at the ministry would have worked extremely hard. If we go back to the budget, I didn't get the opportunity to be here during the budget debate, and a lot was said about that, but I'm here today. The Ministry of Education, in past budgets, let's say over the last 10 years, at one point the Ministry of Education would have received 14% of the annual budget. Last year we received, I believe it was about 13%. This year we received 11 point something percent. And I sat in the budget process and I agitated, my team came in and they gave their presentations requesting specific funding that was necessary to take the education mandate in the territory forward. Was I pleased with the final amount that we were given? The answer is no. And it is because we would have had to cut initiatives that ultimately support the educational advancement of the territory. But Madam Speaker, we are here with a SAP, and the ministry had to take the position of looking at its budget, given the challenges that we face, and the ministry would have sought to reallocate funding, given where we are in the year, given the challenges that we're having, to seek to prioritize and be good stewards of government funds to see what we could practically be able to complete before the end of the year. And I want to really thank my team in the ministry for going through that exercise alongside the Ministry of Finance budget team and putting forward some numbers in the SAP that support some of the initiatives that we want to do moving forward. Did everything that I want in the SAP come in the SAP? Is it represented here on this paper? The answer is no. But we continuously have to make compromises as all ministries have needs And we have to be in a position where we're willing to prioritize. And ultimately, I can say that I want to thank the Minister of Finance and the team in Finance for what we have here in terms of the final result for the Ministry of Education. And I want to put the Premier on notice that come 2025 budget process, I'm going to fight 10 times as hard as I fight last time. And I hope I'll have the support of the whole House so that after the budget is passed, members don't come in here asking ministers to deliver on things that we fully well know are not funded in the budget. Madam Speaker, we need to stop misleading the public. A lot is being said about funds, this $20 million. I won't say much on it except to say one of the things we refuse to acknowledge is that public officers have been working extremely hard for a long time without a salary increase. And I'm not going to be a part of a campaign that completely eradicates the success of that process. Were there challenges in the process? Yes. Am I completely pleased with the end result of the compensation review? No. There's some things that we have to look at and reassess, specifically to some of the middle management roles that did not receive their due compensation in the process. But Madam Speaker, when we look at the whole picture, the public officers have been working extremely hard, and they are now at a point where they are properly compensated or better compensated. And unfortunately in the process, as was stated, clearly there were some challenges. And it was stated, and I will state it as well. I sit in cabinet, I'm a minister, and I'm a member of the House of Assembly. And I can unequivocally state that I was not aware of any $20 million deficit. And I am not aware of any of my colleagues being aware of it either. And whatever needs to be done to ascertain what went wrong, I am in full support of it. And I pray that we would quickly reach to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again. But the member for the 9th District and the Minister of Health is correct in saying that when you see a problem, you have to find a solution. And the government, after being made aware of the problem, had to put a number of things in place to get us to the point of this SAP. And I want to commend the Premier as leader for bringing this forward and ultimately addressing it. It's not something you could hide from. The disappointing part is that even as we seek to address it, it is being manipulated in the public sphere in a very negative way, and it's irresponsible. Madam Speaker, I won't say more regarding that because I believe an investigation is ongoing, and I believe the public and the House will receive an answer regarding what has taken place. Madam Speaker, we would have just gone through our Nesto, and of course we would have received territory-wide challenges. Some of the members have spoken to some of the challenges, but specific to the Ministry of Education, specific to schools, we would have seen damage to some schools in the territory, and works are being commissioned to ensure, as we creep up on the start of the school year, which is very near, that we have the necessary resources to be able to ensure that we, as much as practicable, get to the start of the school year in good shape. We do have some additional funds here in the SAP that allows, we consider, based on what is being purported, that we may have more activity in this hurricane season, and so I'm appreciative of the funding that has been allocated in this SAP to be able to support those matters moving forward as they arise. Overall, I do see funding here in this budget that supports the well-being of the people of this territory. I think every individual minister can stand and speak to their individual ministries that allows for the much-needed infrastructural development that we know of, that we speak of, that are decades old, that we must pay attention to. And I believe that the SAP has appropriated funding to seek to move steps further in addressing the concerns of infrastructure. The same is true regarding healthcare, regarding agriculture and fisheries, regarding financial services with the much needed support due to the evaluations and stuff that we are required. So, Madam Speaker, the truth is, I wish that some of these funds in this budget could have done some other things, some very much needed things. But Madam Speaker, as a leader, you have to do two things. You have to prioritize and you have to compromise. And I think that the SAP that we have before us here speaks to those two things. And I hope that as we progress through the rest of the year, as we move towards the end of the year, there will be some need for reprioritization and reallotment of funds to realistically get us to the end of the year. But Madam Speaker, I just want to end by saying that we have a responsibility as members of this House to be honest and forthright in our deliberations and discussions in and out of the House. And I could be very blunt in saying, I appreciate the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It is the joy of my life at this time in my life, and I take it very seriously. But I can also be honest in saying, one of the things that I dislike the most about this job is what you see happening here when we get into the debate stage of the House. I love the committee stage. We get to do some work, we get to rip things apart class by class, we come up with solutions, we fix it, and that's why I want the public to see that part of it. But you see when the camera come on and the radio come on, that's the part about it that I don't like. Because it's like as if we have multiple personalities or something. And you start to see a whole bunch of madness that is not representative of the figures or the words on the paper. And I think because we know that sometimes our people will not read, and because they may not have the insight, we use the opportunity to sabotage the process for our individual political benefit, and we have to stop it. I am one of the youngest members in this House, and there are other young persons who want to get involved in politics. And if we continue doing what we're doing here, setting the example that we set in, ain't much people gonna want to come in here. And it's disappointing when we get an opportunity to make a difference, and instead of making a difference, we align with the political nonsense, and we refuse to sit down as colleagues, have the meetings that we need to have to move forward our education sector, or youth development sector, or sports sector, or work sector, health sector, financial services sector. We're not willing to do that, but we're willing to come in here and talk nonsense publicly. We got to do better. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to continue to extend the olive branch, whether it's taken or not. And I do commend some members of the opposition because I do have a good working relationship with most. But we got to do better. Madam Speaker, I'll end by simply saying that the SAP that we have before us today, I believe it is necessary, and I end by commending my team in the ministry alongside the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance. And let me state this unequivocally, that I stand behind my leader. When he doing nonsense at the telly, I don't have to jump on a mic and tell you. I hit he lick them in private. I tell you why I got to tell you, because he good disgusting, you see there. When he believe in something, my God, you got to, my God. But I just the same way, so it's fine. But I believe it's appropriate for us to not seek to gain political advantage by errors or mistakes, as we put it, but seek to see how we could work together to be able to push the agenda of the territory forward. So, Premier, I support this SAP, and I look forward to seeing what the funds allotted will continue to do for the development of the territory. And ultimately, as a government, we're committed to ensuring that we continue to put forward initiatives and plans that reach the heart of the people. And while we have a long way to go, because by no stretch of the imagination are we perfect, or am I pleased with the progress of works. I think we have some systemic changes in the public service that we need to address, and until we address them, we could sit on here with all the plans in the world. You can't get them past a certain point and you're already beyond the middle of the year. And a lot of it has nothing to do with the priority of the minister. It has nothing to do with the passion of the minister or the will of the minister to get things done. It has to do with the opposition that you face because of the inadequacies and the hindrances in the systems that support the public service. Those are the things we have to work to get fixed. And unfortunately, it took a COI to help us to start fixing some of those things. But we are where we are, and I want to issue my continued commitment to the people of this territory, given the portfolio that I have, sitting as a territorial member, to continue to advocate for the needs of all so that we could continue to move this territory forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't stand my 1 foot for too long, and I thank the Minister for Health for acknowledging that I'm here, though in a little bit of pain. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't miss this opportunity to come and fight for certain things in this SAP that would be for the betterment of this territory. Madam Speaker, yes, earlier this week I went under the knife for, I don't know what I went under, but I did a surgery and I'm here hobbling around, and I just want to acknowledge all the persons that are aware of it, that I thank them for their calls and their prayers. And for those persons in my community, especially even the territory, who didn't see me out after the, I'm not sure if Beryl was a tropical storm or hurricane. Ernesto, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if it was a tropical storm or hurricane. They say I got some medication inside of me, so I'm trying to focus as best as possible. I usually would be on the ground, but my wife made sure that I stayed home and used my mouth, my phone to try to organize what was happening. Use my phone to organize what was happening within the community. Madam Speaker, I just want to acknowledge the public officers, pre and post Ernesto. Madam Speaker, we mobilized to do some works leading up to the storm coming, and as we are in the process now, we are doing our post cleanup. Madam Speaker, I just want to, like I say, mention that funds were made available so that we can go through this process. And I appreciate each and every member, each and every representative who spoke about working alongside the Ministry on Public Works. Madam Speaker, though this government is inclusive, we try to make sure that we are not politically polarized during these times, and we include each and every member that they can look out for their constituents. I know some members would be out seemingly some that they're doing on their own, but this is all a collaborative effort put on where we are allowing members, district representatives especially, to go out and clean up their district. This is something that this government is allowing those members to do, and we just want to make sure that the territory is cleaned up in a holistic manner, rather than because you're a government or because you're opposition, we are giving you that opportunity. So I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge that we are seeing some progress. I haven't gotten the opportunity to drive around much, but I am getting the messages as to how we are getting our cleanup going. Madam Speaker, I want to also acknowledge the utilities, the utility companies, BVIEC. They're out out and about trying to restore power throughout the territory. I know they're working nearly 24 hours. I got some messages at 1:30 last night that power came on in certain areas. So we just need to acknowledge them and encourage them as they go above and beyond to restore the power. The same is happening with the Water and Sewage Department, where they have done their assessment, make sure that there were no break-in pipes. Those pipes that were broken, they were repaired so that persons could get water. And we know that there are some areas that will still be without water, but we continue to work towards making sure that the utilities are restored within the territory. And Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the ports for being able to reopen after doing the assessment. The airports as well for doing the assessment and reopening immediately. Madam Speaker, as we went through this SAP, and I'm happy that you allow me to come to your honorable house in a manner that is not, usually the way you allow persons to dress, but I came and I was able to defend the request made by the ministry. Though what we requested, Madam Speaker, I can only say that we got about a third of it, but we will most definitely try to make what we got work. We were able to get some funds there for civil mitigation. We did some for some contracts that are pending, some work that we need to get done, some road works and so forth. And I am, looking forward to, again, the funds that should be coming on stream for the loan funding so that we can do the comprehensive work for the road repairs. Madam Speaker, I heard members spoke about having $230 million in our bank accounts. And yes, it's true, but I think we should bring the entire story with it, because I think it's as far back as the 21st of April 2012 when we signed the protocols for effective financial management. And having that money in your bank account is what is needed to be in compliance with that agreement. And it is called a liquid asset ratio. Madam Speaker, that aspect of it is where the protocols requires that the liquid asset, the ratio go no lower than 25%. And Madam Speaker, based on where we at now, where with the recurrent expenditure, we are basically falling short of that ratio. I think we're at 23%. And though it may seem minuscule, it is something where we need to show how we would come back in compliance with the ratios. And when we continue to breach, Madam Speaker, there are consequences relating to that, where then you would invite the government, the UK government, to come and improve our budget, find ways where we can fall in line with those ratios. So I could understand that, yes, we do have monies in the bank, but that is based on us being in compliance. And I think the Minister of Finance and his team, they need to be applauded for trying to keep us where we still control our finances and control our budget. It sounds good knowing that the money is there, but in the absence of that, we would have persons coming in and telling us where we need to spend, what we don't need to spend on, what taxes need to be increased. And those are just some of the things that we can anticipate would happen if we continue to be outside of those ratios. So, Madam Speaker, I just think it's necessary to bring it from that perspective, knowing that it sounds good going out from one side that we do have this vast amount of money. It's like you go and you get a loan from the bank. I know sometimes the bank asks that you sign where you send some of your money to the bank and so forth. so that they can be comforted that their monies would be collected. So we are at that stage where we are falling a little short with our liquid ratio or liquid assets ratio, and we need to be mindful of that, Premier. Though I know that they're calling for you to resign, I think that was a bit premature in terms of doing that, because the monies that we're here regularizing is a process that was started a few years back. Madam Speaker, is not to say that the money went poof, but the money is to the public officers where the contractor went and did an assessment and audit of our HR and did the salary review, and we understand what all was entailed with that. And when the report came back, we're at this point where we are now regulating it. So I tell you, the Premier said we added about $13 million to the budget, and we understand that certain things may have fallen short, but there's an investigation happening there where we would get to the bottom of what took place and who erred in terms of why we are here today. Madam Speaker, Ernesto came, arguably, we can say it was a category 2-3. It's still as a tropical storm. Some of the winds that pass, I myself wonder if they were accurate with what they're saying it was. But we're here, Madam Speaker, and we're doing what is needed to get our territory back up and running, but I also encourage persons to be as resilient as possible. We're in the depths of the hurricane season right now, and we should continue to be vigilant, continue to make sure that our properties are ready, clear from any loose debris and so forth. And the gut cleaning process, we'll definitely continue to do that. We've had unprecedented rain for this year, where we have gone through this process quite a few times in terms of our gut clearing and our preparation. So that is something that we will continue. We have the funds set aside that will also be regulated in this budget, and we look forward to making sure that those passages are clear and free from any debris. Madam Speaker, with those words, I again acknowledge that I have some members of staff that have retired at the ministry's level. That it would be the Deputy Secretary, Ms. Jovita. She served her time at the ministry and she has moved on. I think Mr. Grant as well. And I just want to wish them well as their future endeavors. They're still young people, but have opted to do something different with their life. And we just wish them well as they go through that process. Madam Speaker, as we went through the festivities, we were happy that there were no issues with crime or any violence, and we were happy to go through that. I must acknowledge the organizers of the watch party for Mr. Kyron McMaster, and we applaud him for what he did out there in the international, at the Olympics. I was very proud to be a part of waving my flag at the festival grounds where we had the watch party, and it was so overwhelming to see so many persons came out and to watch him run on that big stage, and all those participants of the Olympics. And we need to maintain that community spirit for our athletes who are out there representing us. Madam Speaker, as other members spoke about their back to school for the 5th District, we have already sent out our registration where we want persons to register for the needs, the various categories, and we encourage those persons from the district to register, and we would have the distribution coming on the 31st of August for our back to school, and we'll have some other activities that we will announce at that time. Madam Speaker, again, I would leave there with those few words and in support of this SAP, and thank the team for the Ministry of Finance for being able to juggle here and juggle there and get this funds that is necessary for us to continue the work of this territory. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to give my wrap up for this supplementary appropriation that we have undertaken today. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the support of the members of this administration who spoke in support of the SAP. I want to thank them. And certainly I'm going to address some of what I've heard during the debate. Madam Speaker, just allow me for a few minutes, as other members have, in speaking about Hurricane Ernesto. Madam Speaker, relevant to the SAP, of course, because we've made monies available through this SAP, not just for recovery efforts for Hurricane Ernesto, but also in preparation for storms which may come to the BVI, or whether it be tropical storms, hurricanes, or just heavy rainfall. Allocated monies in the budget to be able to deal with that. But Madam Speaker, Hurricane Ernesto, it was a tropical storm when it came and visited our shores, and I agree, Madam Speaker, with the members that it seemed stronger than a tropical storm. And many persons would have had flashbacks of Hurricane Irma, and they had a great deal of anxiety related to the storm. But Madam Speaker, I want to thank God, thank God that He took us through that storm, and that we had minimal damage, Madam Speaker. And just to say, Madam Speaker, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. And I'd ask the people of the territory to really reflect, because sometimes we say it, but I'm not sure if we really reflect on being thankful to God. Because there are persons out there, Madam Speaker, is even after God protected us in the storm, most of what they talk about is a complaint about something. And let me sympathize with those persons who still don't have electricity and who may be uncomfortable in some way. But even in the midst of our discomfort, Madam Speaker, I want persons to reflect on the goodness of God that allowed us to go through that storm without loss of life. Look at St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Look at Grenada with Hurricane Beryl. They had loss of life. They have persons who, right now as we speak, do not have a place to live. Their whole livelihood was destroyed, and all their homes were destroyed. Let's reflect on that when we start to complain about how bad we have it, Madam Speaker. You know, let's think about Hurricane Irma when we had to bury our loved ones. And let that spur us, Madam Speaker, to be even more resilient and be even more prepared. But I want to express my appreciation to the Department of Disaster Management under the leadership of Jason Penn, Madam Speaker, for all the efforts that he has been making in leading the Department of Disaster Management. He's doing an excellent job, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend him for the role that he's playing. And of course, the ministry and everyone who supports him. And I want to acknowledge all of the agencies who respond in those storms. A mention has been made of BVIEC, who's been walking around the clock, and let's express our gratitude to them. And let's also express our gratitude for those who traveled to St. Vincent and Grenada. I think some went to St. Vincent. I'm not sure if anyone went to Grenada, but St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because they sent persons to help us after Hurricane Irma. And we want to appreciate them. And we're grateful. We're ever so grateful for their assistance. And we're grateful also that we were able to provide some level assistance to them in their time of need. And let me acknowledge the SAP also has monies for St. Vincent and Grenada following their storm, which, as we said before, had such a detrimental impact on those nations. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the midst of, the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, I would say, unfortunately, we often, I believe for political purposes, talk about travel. But, one of the issues that I travel on is this whole idea of climate change. We go to COP, which stands for Conference of Parties, which would be parties to the Climate Change Convention. And we go and we fight on behalf of the Virgin Islands for acknowledgement. We fight on behalf of the Virgin Islands for financing for climate resilience. And we fight to bring awareness to the fact that we are small island developing states. And, we are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And I believe we're going to win in that battle, in that fight. But we cannot be absent from around the table. We have to be present around the table, and we have to put forward our case, Madam Speaker, because it was incorrectly stated by a member of the opposition that no gut cleanings took place. And the Minister of Communications and Work is a humble guy, but he did quite a bit of work, and Public Works did quite a bit leading up to now in terms of gut clearing, gut cleaning. But the reality is we've had more frequent weather events now. So even when you clean the guts and heavy rainfall comes down and all the debris comes down from the hills, it blocks the guts and you have to clean them again. So the monies which were allocated are not adequate to be able to clean the guts with the increased rainfall and the increased weather events. Hurricane Beryl set records, Madam Speaker, for how early we had such a strong hurricane. Hurricane Beryl, I believe, went all the way up to Category 5, either 4 or 5, somewhere around. I think at one point it was a 5. And I think Hurricane Beryl formed late June, early July. That set a record, Madam Speaker. We've never seen in the world this type of thing. We have record temperatures. hottest years. Each year in succession is the hottest year that it's ever been. And those hot waters fuel these superstorms. And Madam Speaker, as opposed to us being united in the fight against climate change and coming together to figure out how we're going to deal with this challenge, we throw partisan barbs and try to make climate change the fault of the government. And the impacts of climate change the fault of the government is truly disappointing, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak a little bit more about my disappointment. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Communications and Works did, I want to acknowledge our athletes who represented us so well. And let me also commend the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, who was over there in Paris supporting the athletes. And I was so proud of our athletes who went away and represented us so well, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports ensured that there was monies allocated in the budget to provide some level of support to our Olympic athletes. And I acknowledge that, that fight, that push, Minister of Education to ensure that they got that support. And as she has said, and as I would agree, and I think most would agree, we always wish we could do more. And we are going to fight for more revenue. Because of course more revenue would be needed to do everything that we want to do. We're going to fight for more revenue in our budget to be able to better support those athletes. But those athletes were so wonderfully supported by their parents, their family, their friends, by the BVI Olympic Committee, by the athletics associations and the various associations which support their various sports. And you know, for the first time in history, we had somebody who got to the men's semifinals for, I think it's the men 100 meter, Rickoy Bradwood. That was excellent. We heard about Thad Letzam, who did such a wonderful job in his races. I think one of his races he came was a second. Deja went to the semifinals as well in the 200 meter, first time in history. That has happened. That is wonderful. And Kyron, for the second Olympics in a row, made it to the finals and was that close to medaling. And we believe that that medal is going to come, Madam Speaker. And we are committed in this administration to supporting athletics. But it was so wonderful to see all of the people at the festival grounds. And I want to commend the Minister of Education for organizing that and making that a reality. I want to commend the members who pushed hard. Minister of Communications and Works in particular really was very strong about coming forward with the idea of being able to get together and show that national pride. And I want to commend the members for that. I also want to acknowledge our recently concluded Emancipation Celebration and thank all those persons who worked hard to make it a reality and a success, Madam Speaker. As I said before, we should reflect, just like when I was speaking about the hurricane Ernesto, tropical storm Ernesto. We should reflect, Madam Speaker, on just how horrible slavery was. And as opposed to, in my view, finding everything bad to say or being taking on this complaining spirit that we've taken on, Madam Speaker, you know, when we read, you know, the first few books of the Bible, speaking about the children of Israel who were enslaved in Egypt. They went out to the wilderness for 40 years, and then they started complaining to Moses and Aaron that, you know, you could have left us in Egypt in slavery as opposed to going out into the wilderness to suffer or whatever else it is. And in some ways, we've taken on this spirit of the children of Israel, where we forget how far God has brought us. How far God has brought us out of enslavement. And even though in some ways we may be in a certain type of wilderness in some ways, we have so much to give God thanks for. And I always ask myself, Madam Speaker, you know, sometimes you look on Facebook, where I don't do that much of that anymore. But sometimes you look on Facebook, sometimes you listen to persons, and you ask yourself, I wonder if this person doesn't have anything that they could give God thanks for today. Is there one thing that we can go on Facebook and say, oh, I give God thanks for this one thing that worked out in my life? One thing that we could give God thanks for. And I wonder how much gratitude we give to God on a daily basis for the blessings. Yes, we have problems. Yes, we have challenges, but can we acknowledge what God has done for us as a territory and as individuals and as a people? Madam Speaker? So the celebrations concluded. I'm grateful for all the persons that came home, Madam Speaker. Persons you haven't seen in a while. And persons came and they let you know how much they enjoyed themselves. And they're going to start coming more often. That warmed my heart, Madam Speaker. So, of course, we will do what we can to ensure that whatever challenges or problems we had with the organizations of the events, we'll correct those for the next time. But we're grateful for the opportunity to be able to celebrate our freedom, 190 years of freedom. And in Nottingham Estate, we celebrated 248 years of freedom, and we look forward to the 249th year and also the 250th year, which will be a grand celebration in 2026, Madam Speaker. And of course, Madam Speaker, I doubt we'll have any other business today. That would be for you to determine, but I just also want to acknowledge those who've, you know, lost loved ones. My cousin Jolianne, you know, very sad to learn of her passing. And, you know, those other persons in the community, Lionel Jennings in my constituency, very sad to learn of their passing. Madam Speaker, let me get to the meat of the matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you'll indulge me a bit as the mover of the motion. Madam Speaker, it has a commercial on TV that I find very funny, Madam Speaker. It's a mattress form commercial. And they have a number of commercials of persons doing some kind of unethical or immoral action. And somebody asks them, well, how do you sleep at night? You know, basically saying, don't you have any shame? How do you sleep at night? And they say, well, I sleep just fine on a mattress from Mattress Form. I sleep soundly at night because I have this mattress from Mattress Form. And Madam Speaker, I wonder if the members of the opposition have a mattress from Mattress Form. Because I ask myself, how will you go home tonight and sleep soundly and comfortably at night after the display that took place here today? I mean, it is truly disappointing, and I have to say, the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports spoke so eloquently to the point. And I just want to endorse her comments 100%. She said she's one of the youngest members in the House, but indeed she is the youngest member. of the House. And as the youngest member, speaking such great wisdom, I think it would behoove all of us to listen to her words. But what took place here, particularly with the members of the opposition, was pure theatrics. And just as the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports said, this is the part of the job that I really, really don't like. Because I have individuals who I consider to be friends, former classmates, family, and it seems to me that all ethics, morals, and values just go out the door. And it is nothing more, Madam Speaker, than you want to take off the head of the snake for political gain. And ultimately, it is a fight for power. So we don't mind how much we have to mislead. We don't mind how much we have to take advantage of the public who doesn't have the information that we have. So we take advantage of what they do not know. We appeal to the basest instincts of people. We appeal to the lowest type of emotions that we have. We appeal to persons' frustrations. We don't inspire hope in them. And Madam Speaker, it's really sad. It is really sad. And I think that persons are greatly disadvantaged by that type of leadership. Madam Speaker, let's start. I'll just start here. Let's start with the compensation review. The members of this House, Madam Speaker, know very well that compensation review falls under the governor's responsibilities, which the governor has delegated to the deputy governor's office. They know very well. Because the Constitution under Section 60 says that the terms and conditions of employment for public officers falls under the governor. And the members of the opposition very well know that that has been delegated to the deputy governor's office. Now, I purposely did not come here, Madam Speaker, and try to throw anyone under the bus, because I don't think that's what leaders do. I came here, we had an informal meeting, I explained the situation in detail. It's sad, Madam Speaker, that the information that I provided, to be fully transparent with members of the opposition, they were just taking notes for when the lights turned on, so that they can perform these theatrics. And they saw an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to gain political points and try to damage the government. And I continue to be disappointed, because at every opportunity when we should show some unity, when we have a major challenge, we see the opportunity to try to make the government look bad and hurt the government. And there's no depths. I keep asking myself, well, isn't this going to be off limits for that kind of behavior? Isn't it, we go through a COI. Well, you think, well, we could come together with a COI with the threat of suspension hanging over our heads. Even that is used and weaponized to try to make the government look bad. Madam Speaker, I don't want to be premier as if it requires for me to have to behave that way. Members of the opposition, if they want it, they could have it. If we have to behave that way to each other and mislead the members of the public just for power, I don't want any part of that, Madam Speaker. That's not why I got into public service. That's not why I put myself up for office. I put myself office to solve problems that the people of the Virgin Islands has. And I'm going to try my best, Madam Speaker. I'm going to put my full effort into seeking to solve these problems, not in a fight for power, Madam Speaker, and it's really sad. Madam Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear to the people of the Virgin Islands that at no time was I, as Minister of Finance, informed before we passed this budget that the compensation for the public officers and this new payment structure would be more than what we budgeted in the budget, which is, by the time we passed the budget, it was $11.7 million. At no time was I informed that. And at no time did the members of cabinet know that. The Deputy Governor's office was leading a compensation review. PwC was contracted. PwC gave options. One option was for somewhere around $10 million. And that's the option we accepted. That's the option we accepted. We came to learn after, when the Ministry of Finance was examining the figures more closely, they informed me that that $10+ million was not the correct figure. And as a leader, Madam Speaker, as a leader, what we had to do at that particular stage is address the problem and find out how it happened so it would not happen again. And leadership also means accountability, Madam Speaker. And as members of cabinet, and I have to give all the members of cabinet credit, they were very strong on the fact that we had to have accountability. And I'll even single out the Deputy Premier on that. Very strong that there must be some accountability. But the members of the opposition very well know, Madam Speaker, they very well know that the governor is responsible for discipline. That's under Section 92 of the Constitution, and you should read it. Hiring and discipline, those fall under the governor. And if you're dealing with public officers, PSC has to have a say. And the governor has a final say. And that is why, as members of cabinet, we demanded, we didn't just ask, we demanded that there be an investigation to get to the bottom of this misappropriation, I would say. And when the results of that investigation come forward, then whatever actions need to be taken should be taken. And that's what we would encourage, to hold persons accountable for what is being described as a $20 million mistake. Let me clarify, Madam Speaker, the amount of money. First of all, Madam Speaker, while we were in committee, this whole concept that the Ministry of Finance came here to deal with a $20 million mistake is misleading. Madam Speaker, it was myself as Minister of Finance who took the initiative to tell the members of the opposition about this challenge. It's not even something that had to come up. I made sure that we spoke about it in transparency. And I let the Ministry of Finance team know we have to make ourselves available to answer any questions that the opposition or backbenchers would have on this particular matter. Madam Speaker, I am the one who broached the conversation. The Ministry of Finance did not come here to deal with any $20 million anything. Madam Speaker, the $20 million figure, let me deal with that first of all. Madam Speaker, if we were to hire based on what was approved in the budget in December, it would have been closer, not quite 20 million, but closer to 20 million. The figure I spoke about is the figure that would bring the current complement of the public service to the end of the year. If we continue to hire based on what was approved in the budget, it would have been closer to $20 million deficit. But we could not hire based on what was approved in that budget. We had to essentially defund some of those positions. So the deficit was not as large because we did not hire at that rate. So hopefully that clarifies that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this concept that I should resign. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me show my appreciation to members of this administration showing their support and confidence in me to continue to lead and to continue to be the Minister of Finance. By no stretch of the imagination, Madam Speaker, do I believe I'm perfect, because I'm not perfect. And Madam Speaker, one thing I seek to do is learn as much as I can every day. But Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of confidence in the abilities God has given me. And I truly believe that God has allowed me to be in this position for a time such as this. And I often pray and ask God, well, God, why have you placed me in this position with such great difficulties that the territory is experiencing? Unprecedented difficulties, basically from the first day I became Premier of these Virgin Islands. And the answer has always come back. Reassurance has always come back that you're placed there for a time such as this. That I have equipped you, not only with skills and abilities, but I have equipped you with a team who will allow you to be able to, you and your team, to be able to lead this territory through the challenges we face. And some of the budgetary constraints that we presently experience are just one of the challenges that we will navigate together. Our response to the mutual evaluation, you have the Deputy Premier here. I want to let her know that she's been placed here for a time such as this. You know, helping us to remember our culture, our history, combining our tourism and our cultural product. I want to let Honorable Lucard Smith know that she's been placed here for a time such as this. The challenges that we have in terms of ensuring that our agriculture and fisheries takes a significant step forward. As difficult as it seems, I want to let Honorable Carl Dawson know that he's been placed here for a time such as this. The challenges we experience in our infrastructure, as difficult and daunting as they may be, I believe in my heart that Honorable Kairaima has been placed here for a time such as this. Honorable Vincent Wheatley, with the challenges we have in our Health Services Authority, with our national health insurance, with the social challenges we experience in this territory, he has been placed here for a time such as this. And we have the youngest among us, a former teacher. I don't know anyone who loves education as much as she does, to lead this territory to a new era of educational excellence. Honorable Shari De Castro has been placed here for a time such as this. And Madam Speaker, I'll even acknowledge that we have an opposition here. You know, they do vex me sometimes. But I even think that, especially as Honorable De Castro said in committee stage, they've been placed here for a time such as this to ensure that we have the sufficient scrutiny of the process. I just wish they'd behave a little differently when the cameras came on. And Madam Speaker, you know, I could go through and I could respond to each individual point. But I really wonder whether it is worth it, Madam Speaker. But there are a few points perhaps I'll just mention before I close. Madam Speaker, we have problems as a territory. I'll be the first to acknowledge that we have problems, because I'm confronted by the problems constantly in my position. I see all the problems. And I know other members see the problems as well. But, Madam Speaker, we are a government of solutions. But it is frustrating for all of us, because sometimes the solutions take a lot longer than we believe they should. But we are a government of solutions. And Madam Speaker, I believe those who served in governments before, who left those challenges, those were not challenges they were able to solve, they should be a little more humble. I mean, we spoke about the state of the roads in the east. And after we lay down those sewage pipes, Madam Speaker, we are going to fix the roads in the east. But commendable efforts are being made. And let me say, I'm not pleased that it's taken so long, but commendable efforts are being made, Madam Speaker, to get the sewage sorted out. But the very same ones, Madam Speaker, who allowed the money for the sewage to go to the Pear Park are telling you hurry up. And that's not something I can understand, Madam Speaker. But we are on the verge of getting that $100 million loan facility. It was mentioned in the debate today. The paper is actually ready to go to Cabinet and will be considered in Cabinet next week, Madam Speaker. And that will go a long way in terms of fixing our infrastructure. But we are a government of solutions, as I said before. The reasons why the roads are in a state of disrepair, partly because in the past, when we build roads, we don't build them with drainage. And the other problems that we didn't solve before, the same sewage problem. One of the biggest culprits in damaging the roads is the sewage running in the roads. And so when that sewage system comes on stream, that will go some ways in correcting that particular challenge. Madam Speaker, you're looking at me in a way to tell me I should go a little quicker. I don't see why we should lose our quorum, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I don't see why we should lose our quorum. We should sit and take it. We should sit and take it. Madam Speaker, an important point that we have to clarify, Madam Speaker, and the Minister of Communications and Works did a good job of explaining this, but for emphasis, I will say it again. Madam Speaker, there's this whole concept that you have a lot of money and you're letting people suffer. It's attractive. I've even started to hear some people repeat it, Madam Speaker. But it is the farthest thing from the truth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in June, estimates would have been given for the various funds. You have the reserve fund, and you have the consolidated fund, you have the development fund, environmental levy, all of these different type of funds, Madam Speaker. And it sounds like you have a lot of money. But what persons in the public needs to understand and realize is that when you pass a budget, those are only projected numbers. It's just numbers on a piece of paper. You actually have to collect that money. So, and persons familiar with the financial services industry will be able to tell you this, that the bulk of the money comes in May and November. And when that money comes in May, which government would receive in June, that money has to take you all the way until November. So all your obligations that you have, and it probably costs over $20 million a month to maintain the obligations of government. So that has to take you from June to July to August to September to October to November. It sounds like a lot of money, but it is not. And then you have money, Madam Speaker, based on the 25% liquidity ratio, 25% of recurrent expenditure that you have to maintain. And you're not supposed to go below that, in which actually we've just gone. It's not 23 now, it's around 24%. It should be 25, Madam Speaker. And that is something that limits the amount of money that you can spend. Because if you spend a certain amount of money, your liquid assets have to match that. And if the liquid assets doesn't match that, you can't spend a certain amount of money. So we are limited in terms of the amount of money that we can spend. And what's very important for us, Madam Speaker, is that the money which is in the budget is that we become more efficient and more effective about spending what is in there. And we have to make sure that the money hits the target and that we are getting value for money and that that money is solving problems that we are experiencing. That is most important, Madam Speaker. And as a government, we've been solving problems. I'll just refer to one problem that we solve, and then I see that it's about time for me to close up. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for the second talking about this school. And I mean, it's so ironic, Madam Speaker. The people for Josh Van Dyke have been asking for a school since, I think it was probably maybe Alvin Christopher was the representative for the district. It's a long time they're asking for that school. This government came up around and built the school. And the only thing we can hear is that the school was not made a shelter and people couldn't go to the school to bathe. And then we heard from the member for the 8th that we don't have shelters. Madam Speaker, the very brother of the member for the 8th is the one that put out the shelter list from the 4th of June. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to stop playing politics. And in this SAP exercise, members of the opposition, members of the government made requests, and myself and the Ministry of Finance tried our best to meet every request that was made. Now, obviously, you can't make all because you just don't have the money to be able to do all. You have constraints. But we tried our best to make all of the requests which were made. And we just have to continue along that particular path. Madam Speaker, let me just express my profound appreciation to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance was without their leader, Jeremiah Frett, who had an unfortunate health incident which required for him to take some time off of work. He's going to be returning week after next, and I'm extremely grateful that he's gotten to the point where he can return to work, that he has recovered to that point. So I'm happy that he is doing much better. But the team in his absence, they held the fort, and they kept the ship afloat. And they were faced with some real challenges. They were faced with the challenge of how do we finance our response to the mutual evaluation, to the law enforcement review? How do we keep responding to the needs of the Commission of Inquiry? How do we deal with this discrepancy in the budget based on this misappropriation? How do we deal with the response to a tropical storm Ernesto? And they performed excellently. They performed excellently, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend them and show my appreciation to them. Madam Speaker, I'll end with a great deal of optimism. Despite what you have heard, we have a lot to be grateful for. In the first 6 months of the year, we've had more visitors to the Virgin Islands than any time in our history. I expect in the third quarter, Madam Speaker, that we'll also have good numbers to be able to report in the third quarter, because we've had a good July, I believe, with Christmas in July and our emancipation celebrations, and in August as well. And September normally is, between September and October, our slowest months. But we're still hopeful, Madam Speaker, that our third quarter numbers will be good. We have things on the horizon. We mentioned some of the hotel developments which are in discussions, and we hope to make some significant progress on. Madam Speaker, I'm committed to ensuring that moving forward, that we provide the money to be able to finance the increase in the salary structure, and eventually, of course, ensure that some of those persons who still need to see increases in their salary, that we'll be able to do that as well, because we would have brought in the revenue through the development of these revenue initiatives, which are being ridiculed, but they're coming, they're on their way. And
I'm sorry, Premier, we're gonna have to just take a short break, please. So we'll take a quick recess. This House now resumes a sit-in. Premier, please continue. If we could just wrap up quickly.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm wrapping up now. I just want to thank members of the House for their support of this schedule of additional provisions. I want to thank the Ministry of Finance team, and I want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands not to lose hope. Do not despair. We have challenges, we have issues, but we have persons in this House of Assembly who are problem solvers. But we all have a responsibility, Madam Speaker. I think too much in this territory, we like to point fingers, and we have to realize that if we want the Virgin Islands to be the best, as Dr. Pickering would say, little nation that it can be, we all have a part to play. Citizens, business community, public officers, we all have a role and a responsibility to play to build up this great little nation, and let's all work together and let's all do our part. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Premier. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Assembly approve the sums of money detailed in the schedules of additional provisions, number 1 of 2024. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, the motion is passed. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion to amend the order paper. Madam Speaker, let me see if I can bring up my order paper. My apologies. See if I can bring up my order paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to move a motion to amend the order paper to add a first reading. This will be under government, public business, government business. This will be number 4. Roman numeral number 4. Am I correct in that, Madam Speaker? I believe it's a Roman numeral number 4. So, Madam Speaker, a new number 8.1 Roman numeral 4, which will be a first reading for the Public Service Management Bill 2024. So, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for a motion to add a first reading for the Public Service Management Bill 2024 under Public Business, Government Business, which is a new Roman numeral number 4. Madam Speaker, I also ask, with your leave and the agreement of the majority of members, to dispense with notice for the first reading of this Public Service Management Bill 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, under Standing Order 25, notice is to be given. The Premier has requested under Standing Order 28 to have notice dispensed with. I have no difficulty with the request. Therefore, I will put the question. Honorable members, A motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it would perhaps be appropriate if I just say that we have, added the Public Service Management Bill to the order paper, and we've dispensed with notice because, of course, we're aware of the fact that time is very tight, and we would like to introduce this bill this week so that we can debate it next week and have the opportunity to complete it before August 31st. So, Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024. Will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill may be cited as Public Service Management Bill 2024.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
(8)2, private members' business. 9, other business.
Continue, please.
10, adjournment.
I call upon the Premier. Oh, no one did. Next week, Thursday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House to Thursday, the 22nd of August, 2024 at 10 a.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Informal meeting Tuesday.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The House is now adjourned until Thursday, the 22nd of August, 2024 at 10 a.m. House is now adjourned.